With the CCA Circuit action heating up, we are very excited to announce that Asus ROG is the sponsor of the CCA Circuit. Their esports initiative is giving the CCA Circuit prizing support to our top teams for the season, and we are very happy to have them join on as our prizing sponsor. You can find out more about their Elite Rewards program by typing !Asus in Twitch chat. Thank you to Asus ROG for their support of the Collegiate Splatoon scene, and we look forward to talking about them more later on. And once again, hello everyone to yet another CCA Circuit Qualifier, this one being CCA Circuit Qualifier number 3. I'm Omazend, joined by Mewtwo. Mewtwo, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Omazend?
I'm doing pretty solid myself, and we have quite the Div 4 match coming up here on stream in just a few seconds. It's a particularly interesting one in that we have a brand new face of the CCA, being the OctoJesters. They previously have not played in a Circuit Qualifier match before, and we also have the Crawtatorinators, who were previously actually in Division 3 in Qualifier number 2. They did not participate in Qualifier number 1, but they're here in Qualifier number 3 in Division 4 and seeing what they can pull off. So, yeah, heading into this upcoming match here, got an interesting matchup in that sense, starting off in Division 4 today. Do you have any thoughts of your own, Mewtwo?
Well, I mean, the fact that these two teams are basically really fresh to CCA, we don't really know what to expect. You know, I don't believe we have seen the Crawtatorinators appear on the CCA Circuit stream, so I'm very excited to see what these two teams can pull out. Maybe they do standard meta, or maybe there's something that can catch us by surprise, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm not mistaken, we're going to be starting this first match here on Clan Blitz on Mako Mart, as you can see here as well. So, yeah, let's take a look at what both teams have to offer as we head into this first match here.
So the first thing I noticed immediately on the alpha side, the Crawtatorinators, is that Splattershot Forge Pro. You don't really see that weapon used too much, and on the other side, on the OctoJesters, we see an S-Plus 92 along with a Dapple Dualies. Dapple Dualies not really being the weapon of choice for a cooler, but as I say that, 2 members of the OctoJesters goes down. I think the Crawtatorinators are off to a great start right now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's kind of an interesting dynamic here where OctoJesters has a lot of short range on their side, whereas the Crawtatorinators has a lot of just midline pressure that they can put out. Neither team really having a backline at all. And I think that's sort of reflecting in how the tides of this match are initially turning. We do see Crawtatorinators being able to get off an early push. However, just as I'm seeing that, OctoJesters is running in with their own push with this Ultra Stamp here, taking out a player and looking to maybe get a bit more pressure out on the field. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like OctoJesters has necessarily gotten any points out, though. So it's still kind of a standstill, generally speaking, with a minute into the game here.
Yeah, they were pushing, but I realized they probably didn't realize that they didn't have enough clamps to make a ball, so I think that's something that the OctoJesters should be more aware of. And as I say that, 2 are going down, 3 are going down, and the last one's a crab holding that ball. They find one, and it looks like the Zipcaster is trying to aim for that crab, and we see everyone on the OctoJesters jumping into that Splatmatic trying to hold down the fort, and they do successfully take it by taking down the 52 gal. We see one jump into mid, but the Crawtatorinators are back into mid onto their stack, and just Allen putting in a lot of work with that brush.
Yeah, that brush player, Allen, has been doing a great job this whole match at maintaining pressure, and they were the one that was running that hammer earlier as well, so I think that we'll have to keep an eye on them as we see some of these pushes keep coming out. Oh, that ball just barely missing the basket, too. That would have been huge to make that point count a bit more even, as we see this player here trying to maybe dish out some more pressure, unfortunately going down to that Booyah Bomb. And once again, this is where we're kind of seeing that midline pressure versus much more short range comp really clash with each other, where the Splatana Stamper here, for instance, can put out a lot of pressure, and then they can quickly be backed up by their teammates with that range. So we might see that brush start to get a good play here though as well.
Yeah, just Allen flanking around from the other side with the ball, but unfortunately none of the OctoJesters are able to follow up to get the lead. So all you're doing is really giving the Crawtatorinators another pity clam, which is, I'm not sure if that's something you would like to do. And as we see the Zipcaster coming in from the Stamper, trying to harass everybody on that stack area of the OctoJesters, but they unfortunately do go down. We see Just Allen back into mid, applying so much pressure with that brush, and along with their teammates, we see JPZ throwing down that cooler, and it looks like OctoJesters are going to have another push right now.
Yeah, that ball taking a little bit longer maybe than you would have liked to see it take to get to the basket. However, they still do get lead from this. They're still putting in a handful of claims. They have 2 specials out as well. That Crab Tank being popped to lay out some additional pressure, make up for some of that midline like lack of range they have, and they're still getting a few clams in. And this brush doing a great job of also putting out additional pressure. Like this, they've been doing a great job at making up for that difference in just general power to splat.
Yeah, definitely. I think if a short range comp, you really need to play more aggressive, and I think that's really working in the OctoJesters' favors, because by being in Crawtatorinators' face a lot, then you essentially take away that range advantage they used to have. As we see the Stamper trying to apply some pressure, but 2 of their teammates go down. We see the brush going down on the OctoJesters, but it's still a, oh dear, that's one more, and we see both of the Crawtatorinators jumping back in. It's just a Stamper trying to play defense until all of their teammates can jump back in. We see the Crab holding the ball, but they can't score right now since they're in that Crab Tank special. And as I say that, it looks like the brush goes down on the side of the OctoJesters, but that doesn't stop them from scoring again.
Yeah, and they do score once again and get even more clams in the basket. Just about a little over 10 remaining points left from that push, and they're in a great spot here. Like, so far, we haven't seen Crawtatorinators get any additional points in past that first ball they just threw in it towards the beginning of the match. So they're kind of in a tough spot here. They have to get points on the board. They have to make sure that OctoJesters especially can't get that Crab Tank out. That seems to have been their biggest problem. Also, that Brush player doing a great job at getting different flanks out. So it's really going to come down to the wire here as we see 20 seconds remaining and that ball once again going in for Crawtatorinators.
Yeah, and it looks like the Crawtatorinators do have enough clamps to take the lead, but unfortunately the Stamper goes down. The Gal is on their stack trying to fight another, and they do find the pick, but they do go down to that shooter, and it looks like it's the last one on the 2 in the mid of Crawtatorinators. They're all coming back, but they do have a pity clam, which is going to activate overtime. So for 1 minute, Crawtatorinators have a chance to take the lead back, but as we see, the Crab from OctoJesters is going to apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, that Crab Tank being crucial, especially in this overtime state, with about half of the time just already being...
That OctoJesters was able to apply so much aggression, even with that, that range disadvantage we talked about throughout the match. I think it really just shows that range doesn't really mean a lot in such a close quarters map like Makomar, where you see people like that Brush, people like that Dapple Dooley just running into their face, and when you have that Crab Tank support as we see right now, it really makes the Crawtatorinators move in a way that they really don't want to move. They're all jumbled up. We saw one get caught off on the left side alone that was picked off by the Brush, and I think it just allowed the floodgates to open, and it was the end of overtime, and Crawtatorinators couldn't even get into OctoJesters' basket, let alone mid.
Yeah, they really struggled to even just break into mid, partly because of that Crab, as you mentioned, and I think they did a really good job overall of particularly making sure that they didn't necessarily rush in too hard. I know with a lot of dive sort of centered comps like what we saw from OctoJesters, it can get tempting to just start piling on to the enemy team, but when you're in a situation like this against a bunch of midlines, you have the potential to just back up a little bit and take you out, and you won't be able to hit them at all. It provides an excellent opportunity to just be like, okay, let's take a step back and then really collapse on them once we have our bearings together. And I think that really shined throughout this match.
Yeah, definitely, and I would just like to say on the behalf of Crawtatorinators, they were finding a lot of those really great picks, those 2 downs, those 3 downs, but I don't think they were moving fast enough to capitalize off of that fact. They have the range. They could have easily held off the OctoJesters if they sat on their stack or when they go top left, and so it's not very easy for the OctoJesters to try and reach them immediately, but I think that's something that you should take and apply to the next game. And in case anyone wasn't aware, this is a play all three. So even if OctoJesters takes the next game, we will still play a game 3. But I think if you're Crawtatorinators, it was still a close game. There are things to improve on, but everyone needs to improve on something. So don't be discouraged. It's just a first round. It's just a first game, and probably the next map will be more favorable for a comp like theirs.
I completely agree there, and especially with kind of that matchup in of itself too. Mako Mart, like you previously mentioned, tends to favor a lot of those shorter ranged weapons where they can dive around the stacks, maybe hide on a wall, pop up when you least expect them, maybe get a really good ledge pick as well. And I think as we move into some of these upcoming games, we might see the favor shift in Crawtatorinators' side as well, depending on what they're able to pull off with this general midline theme we've been seeing from them. Certain players like the Gal did an excellent job of getting picks when they needed to and extending the ability for Crawtatorinator to try to keep some pressure up. And I think what they're going to have to really pay attention to as we go into this next match is what certain players like that Brush are going to do when they flank. And wow, just looking at this comp here, we have quite a few differences actually.
Yeah, I think the most apparent are on the OctoJester side. We see a Zinc Mini Splatling and a Custom Blaster, and Alan switching from that Inkbrush Nouveau to the vanilla Octobrush. But on the side of Crawtatorinators, we see, I believe that's a Sorella Brella with the Inkjet. So as we see, it's just a dogfight mid. The Custom Blaster goes down, which is what you want to see on the side of Crawtatorinators. But OctoJesters is still trying to push this lead. We see the Booyah Bomb forcing them off the tower. And they do find one, and that's 2 down on the side of OctoJesters. I think this is your time to push if you're the Crawtatorinators.
Completely agree there, and as we see Crawtatorinators just doing that, as you said, I think this is where that midline, as previously mentioned, is going to really shine, seeing Aster getting those 2 picks with their Dually Squelchers. Love that weapon. And this Inkjet also putting out excellent pressure too, getting a really saucy pick there in the bunker area. And overall, they're just doing a great job of holding down this space. We do see OctoJesters starting to move up, I guess to the detriment of Crawtatorinators. They are going 2 down now, but they are keeping some of that pressure up the strikes. It's, once again, like you said at the very beginning of the match, a lot of dogfights happening, a lot of back and forth, and it's going to come down to some of these plays like we might see Alan about to do with taking the bunker and getting some flanks down.
Yeah, finding one on the Brella and finding another one on the Forge is really huge, because especially that Forge, they can't get their Booyah Bomb right away. And as we see another go down on the side of Crawtatorinators, Alan has that Zipcaster ready that they are going to use to apply pressure to this Brella once again. This Brella is not having the best day right now, but as we see one at the top right, that Tentatek is trying to apply so much pressure onto that tower. They do find one on the side of the OctoJesters, but that Zinc Mini once again has their bubble ready, and the Brella is trying to do their best to push him off, but they don't really have much help from their teammates. The Tentatek is trying to get their Ink Strikes ready to minimize the damages, but there are 3 down on the side of the Crawtatorinators. I think this game is looking pretty over, Omazen.
Yeah, and just as you said, it is pretty over. OctoJester is doing an excellent job of being able to move up and really clamp down those different checkpoints they had to move through without too much difficulties, really. They had an excellent big bubbler pop that was able to get them through one of the most difficult parts of this map, being that drop area. And overall, they, like, you see this Brush here, for instance, too, like getting an excellent flank. The different members of the team moving up, that Mini player doing a good job of staying a little bit back just to keep some of the paint up. Even though neither team had a backline, different members definitely were kind of taking up maybe that more supportive role here and there, and it did work out when everything was said and done.
Yeah, towards the end of that push, I really felt like the Crawtatorinators were not really coordinated with each other. We see the Tentatek, as we see on the far right side. I think they could have gotten their strikes earlier to try and minimize the damages. But, as we saw a little bit earlier in that replay, the Brella trying to go for tower on its own as like a sort of like a little hero play while inside the bubble. It kind of felt like that sort of tower push wasn't really coordinated within the Crawtatorinators voice chat. So, yeah, as we can see right here, it was just them pushing that tower alone. We see the Dually Sculptures trying to come in, but they were taking their own little fight with the Octobrush, and other members were out of position. So I think in future rounds, since OctoJesters have won the set 2-0, but as I mentioned previously, this is a play all three. I think working on that coordination is going to be a big thing that's going to help them in their future rounds.
For sure, and due to the circuit format, teams do have the ability to still try to gain some additional points by maybe getting some of these like 1-2 situations too. So it's still definitely in their interest, not just for potential tiebreakers' sake, but for just points in general to try to get some wins where they can still. And I do kind of agree with your comment earlier about that 10 attack. Like, absolutely, there could have been maybe a bit more consistency between the different members of the team there. I think they did do a great job of enabling the team, though, when they did have their push through mid towards the beginning of the match by putting out some strikes that were able to delay OctoJesters' push and also providing an opportunity for Crawtatorinators to still keep some pressure up. But heading into this next match here, I think it's going to be really important for Crawtatorinators to really solidify like what they all want to collectively do, where they want to really put some pressure on and push. Like they still have the range at the end of the day. OctoJesters is still running a relatively short-ranged comp, even though they did have maybe a little bit more range in that last match. So I think it's going to come down to the like whether one team can make that rushdown style comp work, or if the other can abuse their range to their benefit.
Yeah, and as we see in Game 3, going on to Rainmaker Robo Ramen, Crawtatorinators going back to their Game 1 comp. Meanwhile, yeah, and so does OctoJesters going back to their Game 1 comp. So as we see, it seems like these sort of weapon picks are comfortable for both teams. And as we see, it's just a solid fine mid so far. We see the Brush trying to push up on the side of the Crawtatorinators. They find one, and they do find two, so I think this will open the floodgates once again for the OctoJesters to start pushing this Rainmaker to the first checkpoint. I think this Brush might have gone to quad, but hey, they got the triple though.
Yeah, for sure. That Brush, as we previously mentioned, probably being the star player here for the OctoJesters. Like this, I love Ultra Stamp, and seeing them cause so much havoc with it is amazing. It's glorious. They're doing a great job of holding down different really hard to control spots of the map through their mobility, able to just quickly run away, as you can see, from really dangerous players like the Gal, and just stall out certain sections too. Just really great showing from them.
Oh, for sure. And as we see 3 go down, the last one is the Rainmaker. The Stamper is going to find the pick on that Rainmaker, so I think it's time for the Crawtatorinators to really step on the gas. We see the Stamper already at the window. They're trying to fight the Dapple, and they do lose that 1v1. And we see the Dapple still into mid. It seems like the Crawtatorinators were aware, and they did pick him off, but it's 2 down. But, you know, the S-Blast and the Neo Splash are really holding their ground, and, you know, the Rainmaker shield isn't even popped yet.
Yeah, we're kind of in this weird delayed game state where neither team seems to really want to push the Rainmaker. Obviously, OctoJesters has a bit more of the advantage here, although not necessarily the most comfortable lead, everything considered, at this current moment of the match. But this might open an opportunity for Crawtatorinators, especially with how much paint they have down everywhere, to make something happen.
Yeah, but as we see the OctoJesters grabbing the Rainmaker instead of the Crawtatorinators like we expected them to. And the last one on the side of the OctoJesters is an S-Blast. That is a team wipe, so definitely now is time for the Crawtatorinators to push. But as we see, this Brush is already back in mid. How did they get there? I don't know, but they do go down eventually. But we see the Wavebreaker being thrown on the side of the Crawtatorinators. That is, the Dapple does go down, so I think... What happened to the... Oh, it appears that the Neo Splash actually flanked the Rainmaker, and they did find 2. And it looks like the Crawtatorinators, the Stampers, desperately fighting a 1v1 on their own, and the Dapple Dualies and the Dually Squelchers, is just in mid trying to fight a 2v1.
Yeah, OctoJesters has been doing a great job through like both their AoE and everything else, and just being able to disrupt what Crawtatorinators has been attempting to assemble. We have seen them maybe being a little bit slower than you'd like to get their pushes going, and that little bit of delay is all OctoJesters needs to really get in between players, just get those surprise flanks like we saw the Brush get earlier, like the Blaster, Dualies, and so forth. And like as we can see here, like with 3 down now on OctoJesters' side, you have to go. It's go, go, go. They don't really have that crazy of a lead. You can get points on the board and try to get this match in your team's favor.
Yeah, and as you say that, they do take the lead, and it seems like this train is going to keep on going. It seems like the Crawtatorinators have finally found their groove. The Rainmaker finding too with some nice shots, and it's going down and down as we speak, and they get down to 8. That is a really good push for this map, and I want to see how the OctoJesters respond, because I feel like in the past 2 games they were the ones that have really been stepping on the gas, but now it's the Crawtatorinators that are pushing them up against this wall, and with a minute left to go, I don't know if this is possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly either, and it's going to take certain specials like that Tri-Strike that came out from Zapfish on the Neo Splash to really get just their own disruptions back up again. Where OctoJesters really shined is just being able to sneak into different crevices, but as you can see, once they get backed into the corner, they don't maybe necessarily know where to completely go themselves, and certain players here, like Raphael on the Splatana Stamper, doing an excellent job of being able to paint out, put some AoE down, and make sure that, hey, you can't necessarily comfortably move up, and you will get splatted if you try. So, and despite everything, 30 seconds left on the board, the Forge Pro player here, Oblivion, trying to still put out some pressure, and we see a wipe from OctoJesters. 20 seconds left in the game. Another wipe. Like, they might be able to KO if they really wanted to, but do you want to do that necessarily? I don't know.
Yeah, if you want to do it for style points, you can, but, you know, Crawtatorinators don't really have a good reason to push it, because if they do get wiped, then that just allows the OctoJesters to get back into their mid very easily. But as I say that, the Crawtatorinators grab the Rainmaker, signaling no overtime. And Crawtatorinators, even though they lost a set, they do get a game on the board.
Yeah, and that game will probably be important later on when it comes to certain calculations, of course. But yeah, good showing from both teams for sure. Crawtatorinators doing a great job of just dominating that last minute or so of the game, being able to just completely lock OctoJesters into their spawn. A pretty strong difference from what we saw the first 2 matches, especially that tower control match where OctoJesters was kind of doing the same thing to Crawtatorinators. So wow, like you can see just this pressure Raphael is able to put out, being able to get in sneaky spots, playing off of their teammates, both Aster and Oblivion as well, and just overall working together to get that midline pressure out that they needed.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, at the sort of the first half of the game, we were kind of telling the Crawtatorinators to start moving like right now, and you know that they finally started being very aggressive. You know, I mean, and look how it worked out for them. I think the team coordination was really on point when they started pushing. I believe it was Raphael and the 52 gal starting to pave the way for the rest of their teammates to start moving up, and I like the way that they were a bit, you know, slowly but steadily getting all of those points on the board. I think it's a real contrast to that Tower Control Manta Maria game where they had the advantage, you know, the Crawtatorinators had the advantage, but for like a solid 5-10 seconds that the tower wasn't really moving. And so I definitely think that the objective was something that they should be more aware of. I think, you know, with that sort of lead that they had, they could have started pushing the tower. They had that small special gauge build up. They could have gotten better positioning, as we saw with that inkjet. But now it's like, yeah, they're starting to play aggressive, and look what playing really aggressive gets you. In a metagame like this, where you see coolers everywhere, we see all these aggressive specials, that you can't really afford to stay back a little bit. And I think it's really showing here because, you know, the Crawtatorinators really stepped on the gas after you know, being on the back foot a lot those first 2 games, you know.
Yeah, I completely agree there. OctoJesters doing an excellent job of just being able to put out that pressure initially, but I think Crawtatorinators is probably going to use this win here to propel themselves a little bit more forward, hopefully moving on. Do you want to highlight that this is actually Crawtatorinators' first CCA win together too, so congrats to them for pulling that off. Of course, still a set loss, but that match win, again, still beating important in its own right. So interested to see what they're able to pull off here moving forward. And just look at this gameplay, by the way, too. Like, they did an excellent job of just being able to get those plays up together, being able to dish out pressure. We kept mentioning earlier, like, hey, like, use those mid lines to your advantage, space out a little bit more, get some paint out, hopefully a bit more, and all it took was them kind of making that happen to get these pushes out, and like, as you can see, it was able to go very well because of that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, like you said, this is something that the Crawtatorinators will probably take and use as like a motivator going forward. But congratulations to OctoJesters winning that set. And as we see here, at the start, the Brush is not afraid to go in, and as you see, taking advantage of the Crawtatorinators' sort of passiveness and getting a triple right off the bat. Oh my goodness! And it was very smart of Raphael to jump out, but that just allowed the OctoJesters to get into that first checkpoint very easily. And as we see on this tower control game, I definitely think the Crawtatorinators were very scattered here, but that Rainmaker Robo game really just really helped them with their team coordination. But yeah, I think the first two games for the Crawtatorinators is something you should really go over, and you should go over it with a positive mindset. You don't want to try and blame your teammates for your losses, because I think that creates a very toxic team environment. But I think with this win on the board from the Crawtatorinators, I think you guys have a lot of potential, and I just think it's how you go from there which really will determine how you do in the rest of these circuit qualifiers.
Completely agree, and really excited to once again see where both teams go. And we are actually going to take a quick break, by the way, so we'll see you all back soon with an exciting round 2 match in our Swiss stage. Be there later.
'cause we'll start falling, 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 'cause we'll start falling, 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 'cause we'll start falling.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, if you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire, no more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
All right, welcome back everyone, and we have round 2 of CCA Qualifier number 3 today, and we're going to be heading into a Division 3 match with the IVC Stingrays and the Bobsplats. This is going to be pretty interesting. The Bobsplats have had the opportunity to play in the past couple of qualifiers. However, this is actually the first appearance that the IVC Stingrays have had this CCA circuit, so we're going to be kind of learning what they'll be up to throughout this set, because we don't really know what they've been cooking since their last appearance in the CCA League in the spring, I believe. So, yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what happens, partly because of that. Mewtwo, do you have any initial thoughts on this upcoming set?
Honestly, kind of like last time, I'm very excited to see what IVC, like what you said, IVC Stingrays are gonna cook up for us, because as we here at CCA love to collect data, but whenever we have a team that we have no data on, we get kind of curious. We put our thinking caps on to see what might happen. So, but under Bobsplats, from what I have seen, it seems like a pretty standard comp. We have a 52 Gal, we see a Tetra Dually sometimes, a Stamper, and N-Zap, so it's nothing too crazy. So, but it's not really the standard meta, but honestly, if it works, it works. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's a lot of your bread and butter, but hey, if you're able to make it work, you're able to have fun as well. Why not go for it? And in this upcoming match, we're going to be heading into Splat Zones on Marlin Airport, which will be particularly interesting. Not the most common map you see in tournaments these days, but still a fun one in of itself. I'm always a big fan of whenever fans, not necessarily making a pun out of that, but big fan enjoyer over here.
Yeah, and as we see on the IVC Stingrays, they were cooking up something devious with those Dapple Dualies Nouveau with triple Inksaber sub-mains and a E-Leader with Respawn Punisher. You don't really see E-Leader around, you see mostly cooler weapons like that Heavy Edit or that, a pencil, but as we see the Splattershot taking a fight already with that Dapple Dualies, and it seems like one goes down inside the IVC Stingrays. We see the shot going down to those Dualies. The gal is trying to come in for some backup, but two go down inside the Bobsplats. But one unfortunately does go down on the Stingray side. We see the Viper in mid trying to do their best to play the range, but it seems like, the heavy, you can't really outrange a heavy edit, And as we see, the Bobsplats are in control, but honestly, this is a very, very interesting fight in mid right now. As I say that, one goes down on the side of the Stingrays. Make it two.
Yeah, the Stingrays have been really trying hard to just get a zone cap this whole match so far, and the Bobsplats did a great job of just kind of, it's like what we sort of saw last set. Like, they're kind of easing themselves in. They're not necessarily jumping right on top of you immediately. Ooh. They're making sure that they can get those numbers out. And we do see them start to maybe overcommit a little bit into the plat, providing IVC Stingrays an opportunity to maybe push back in. But they're going to have to actually get some paint down on the ground before they can comfortably push zone. And this kind of delay we've seen might have provided enough time for Bobsplats to hold on for just long enough.
Yeah, we don't see the Reef Slider coming in from those Dapple Dualies Nouveau, and as we see, it's a 100-0 knockout on the side with the Bobsplats. After they got control of mid, they did not let it go. They had an iron grip over IVC Stingray's plat, and they were able to pick off any stragglers trying to leave from the left or right side. And I think definitely something that I would change is that E-Leader. I don't think with that such a paint heavy comp from Bobsplats, you can't really afford to use a weapon like the E-Leader, which doesn't really paint that well compared to any of the other weapons on Bobsplat's side. So I think switching to something like a pencil or maybe even a heavy edit to try and go cooler to cooler with them would be nice. But I think I like what IVC Stingrays was thinking. The Dapple Dualies Nouveau with that Reef Slider can obviously do a lot of Reef Slider shenanigans, but the shenanigans can only work if they get into mid. But Bobsplats, like I said, they just had a tight control over the zone. I felt like they were watching every move the Stingrays were trying to do.
Completely agree there, and that really did ring true. Like, even when IVC Stingrays started to maybe get some stuff to come into play, there was always a member of Bobsplats that was around the corner making sure that they would get shut down. And I think as we head into this next set, IVC Stingrays will have to be careful and try to understand okay, we have to kind of bide our time a little bit here, but we can't also let too much time pass necessarily either. As we saw throughout that match, by the time IVC Stingrays started to comfortably push after maybe the first few seconds of the match, it was around the halfway point. So they're going to have to be really careful about how they handle certain plays.
For sure, yeah, and I think definitely I should point out is that the Tenatech from IVC Stingray's side going in alone, trying to use tri-strikes alone and into the zone when they were just getting picked off. I think something that I noticed is that IVC Stingrays does not have a lot of pushing specials compared to what Bobsplats has. So I think changing those weapons to try and match the aggression that the Bobsplats have would be really nice as we're moving into Clan Blitz on Museum de Alfonsino.
Yeah, heading into this next match here, we do see a handful of changes. It seems like IVC Stingrays is opting for maybe a tad more paint with an NZAP 85 on their team and also a paintbrush, still opting to keep the leader and Dapple's Nouveau, which is kind of an interesting play, but it might end up working out in their favor here. This is probably one of the best maps for E-Leader overall, with them being able to just barely hit just about the other plat. But yeah, heading into this next match here, we still see quite a bit of paint on Bobsplats with them opting for a range blaster here instead, and they've been able to use all those weapons very well together as they're already throwing clams into the other team's basket, and even certain members throwing up additional clams as well.
Yeah, they managed to get 2 power clams in, and they're in a few change, and we see the Kraken on the side of Bobsplats running into the IVC Stingrays with no fear. They might find 2 if they're lucky, but no. But they do. What a great direct by that custom range blaster, and they almost took down another with them. But as we see that Dapple Duelers, we see IVC Stingrays just trying to play as much damage control as they can because the Bobsplats is still on their plat almost end.
Yeah, they are, and even though they don't necessarily have an active push still going, they still have a ball, they still have some change with that ball, and they're 2 down on the side of Bobsplats, and they also were able to barely break open that basket, and they have clams just outside of the basket zone. It's not going to take that much to get more points on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And as we see, the Bobsplats push just keeps on going. This train just does not have any breaks. We see the Range Blaster find another great direct. We see the Gal under plat ready to throw in. I love the way they threw their wall first just to provide a distraction. And they just did not try to go for any picks. They went for the objective, which is probably more important because IVC Stingrays is still stuck on their plat. We see the heavy edit rolling in with that curling bomb. What a great play by them. We see the Zimmy playing with an aggressive bubble. They might end this game right now if they are quick enough, but no, they get stopped by that E-leader. But IVC Stingrays is still in this, even if it's a 100-19 lead. I mean, you've seen the pushes that the Bobsplats can do. Why can't you do it back to them, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And looking here, like, it's going to be really important for the members of IVC Stingrays to try to get some more counter paint up. Probably try to land some sneaky picks as well. That Reslider doing a great job of helping get out that 52 gal, who's been one of the strongest players that has outputted pressure onto the IVC Stingrays. And it's really going to come down to positioning. Like, can you get your E-leader set up? Unfortunately, it seems like for now, no. But we still have just about half the match left, so they still might have some more time to do that. And again, like, you have to make sure that they can't outpaint you. You have to make sure that you can get them out. So it's going to really come down to that for IVC Stingrays.
Yeah, for sure. 2 going down on the side of the Stingrays is something you don't want to see. Make it 3, almost make it a 4 if this leader cannot escape, and they cannot escape in time. We see the Dapple Doolies smartly rolling away from that situation. They do not want to be here for much longer, but they, oh my goodness, this Range Blaster's directs are just on point. We see the leader. We see the Paintbrush actually starting to find the pick on the gal, but they need to stop this bleeding, and they need to stop it now. This custom Range Blaster, 3 clams available. If they get it in time, then they could keep this push going, but no, they decide to use the Kraken to allow one of their other teammates to hop in, and Bobsplats managed to chip through that penalty and get some more points on the board. That is just very impressive.
And they still squeezed in a couple more as well, right as you finished there. 9 remaining on a map like this is not bad at all, especially when your opponent hasn't been able to even touch your own basket. I don't know if they've even necessarily touched the plat at all, really. It's going to come down to the wire here with just about a minute left in the match for IVC Stingrays to make something happen. Them trying to get some pressure out that Reslider, unfortunately having to back off immediately afterwards due to just that incredible paint output we've seen from the Bobsplats. That heavy edit finally going down, though, that might be the opportunity that IVC Stingrays needs to make something happen, as they've been the one who's really just controlled this whole match, if you ask me.
I just want to shout out, that was great bomb placement by that NSAP, but now we see IVC Stingrays starting to be able to get onto the plat of the Bobsplats, but there are 30 seconds left in the game, but they go 3 down immediately, and the last one is that defenseless E-leader. And I don't know if you would want to be jumping into that position. And as we see the Paintbrush trying to help the leader escape, but they go down the process, and the NZAP goes down too. And the leader's just being pressured by this custom Range Blaster, and with 10 seconds left on the board, and there is no pity clam available for the IVC Stingray, so they need to somehow make a power clam within the next 2 seconds. Otherwise, it's going to game 2 is going to the Bobsplats. Wow.
Yeah, Bobsplats dominating really even more there this match, getting a very strong win. Not a KO, but I mean, when you have just 9 remaining, it may as well be a KO for the books. Really solid showing once again. I think what we really want to see here from IVC Stingrays in particular is like just enabling that leader player a bit more. That leader can shut down every single member of the Bobsplats if given the opportunity. and IBC Stingrays is going to have to figure out a way to make that maybe comfortably happen a bit more. In this clip here, you're seeing that crazy push that was able to bring down that those points again, once again from the Bobsplats. Really solid score there.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, with trying to enable that E-leader to put it on a lot of pressure, because nothing on the Bobsplats comp can really reach that leader. I mean, the 52 gal can displace the leader with their whales, but other than that, there really isn't much besides just a Kraken, but that can be fended off very easily. And, I think it's just really hard. It kind of reminds me from the first set we saw, with the OctoJesters playing this really hyper offensive aggression against the Crawtatorinators. And you could kind of see shades of it in this game right now with the Bobsplats just applying so much pressure, stepping on the gas, not letting the IVC Stingrays breathe, as we saw in those first 2 games. I don't think they have been able to touch the objective on all of those first 2 games. So I think they IVC Stingrays can go back to the drawing board and think, okay, how do we fight such an aggressive play style? How do we fight such an aggressive team comp? And I think, for one, I think we just need to be more coordinated with who we try to engage with, who we fight with, because I feel like a lot of times the IVC Stingrays are not aware of where their teammates are in relation to themselves. So sometimes they can get caught in, it's just some one-on-one or one-on-two fight, and they just slowly get picked off from there,
Yeah, I think that's a really good insight as well, and it shows really what they're going to have to work on maybe for the upcoming qualifier, and maybe just in between this set here too, hopefully. I think what they really need to do is try to figure out, once again, the ways to figure out how they can enable the E-leader, how they can just move up more, probably put out more paint pressure preferably. They do have some interesting weapon picks through stuff like the Dapple's Nouveau, through other weapons like the Paintbrush, and those are very strong in their own rights. Like, they had their own spotlight moments in that match, but when you're trying to consistently push up against stuff like a heavy edit, a zap, or not a zap, but a gal, and similar weapons that take up so much space, you need to just shut them down as quickly as you can through stuff like bombs, try to displace them, make their comfortable areas not so comfortable, and they're going to have to try to get some more paint support up in order to do that.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bobsplats really outpaint IVC Stingrays a lot. As we saw, a lot of that maps 1 and 2 were just blue across the board. So I think definitely there has to be some sort of change in the comp. Maybe in addition to the zap, you pick up a Neo Splash that allows you to get triple ink strikes, gets you allow a suction bomb, which you could use for some cheeky bomb kills, like we saw with that zap. To just try and, not lose the paint war off of the team selection, because paint is such a valuable asset in Splatoon. It allows you to take a lot of advantageous positions when you're sharking. It allows you to move up a lot better, and I think that, like the starting point is paint. If without paint, how can you move? How can you find picks? How can you keep pushing up? And I think IVC Stingrays needs to sort of match the aggression with Bobsplats a lot more, because they just felt like they were always playing defense. And as we saw the last 3 seconds, that was the first time they touched their plat, I believe. And so I think that should be something that they should focus on a lot. And, even if you are down 2-0, you can still get that extra game in, as we saw with the first set that we casted. So all hope is not lost. Definitely, there's room for improvement, but you gotta improve somehow.
Yeah, I really like that one comment you made too, just talking about like, hey, they have to figure out how to just get certain like splat pressure up, how they can take certain members out, hopefully move up a bit more aggressively. with their push only towards the end of the match, entering their plat, unfortunately getting shut down, leaving just the leader to try to pick up the pieces and defend a little bit. When you're playing like defensive, especially with a comp and weapons that typically preferred either shark or very aggressively dive and move up, you're not necessarily going to have too much success, unfortunately, especially against a team that seems to favor and have their bread and butter be, hey, we're just going to paint everything we can and try to just take as much space as possible and go from there. And when that enters that other team's goal, and you start getting points on the board, you start throwing clams in there, that might be a problem, unfortunately. As you can see with this entire map basically being painted. So it's gonna come down to like, hey, we need to either figure out our paint situation, we either need to figure out a way to more quickly take out these high paint weapons, like that mini, like that heavy edit, or we're gonna have to figure out a way to just run at them and run it consistently and not back down and really give it our all.
Yeah, definitely. I think the next map mode, Tower Control Hagglefish, will still be an uphill battle for the IVC Stingrays, but I think if they still choose to use that E-Leader, the E-Leader can be positioned a lot more better off of the start, and I think by applying that pressure, you know, the E-Leader can see a lot of vantage points, so they could call out to their teammates, hey, this person is going to flank on the right, or they could look at their map, oh, they see paint on the left, okay, someone might be coming from the left. But I definitely think, you know, it goes a lot further than just, you know, the E-Leader sitting on there. I think, you know, the rest of their teammates need to find those picks, and especially since you're kind of walking into mid with a 4v3, since that heavy edit might play a little bit more aggressively, but out of the E-Leader's range, I think they need to be very strategic on the fights that they take. I think the specials need to be coordinated a lot better, and they just can't be overwhelmed by the amount of just offensive pressure that the Bobsplats can apply, because when that tower starts moving, the Bobsplats are just going to be so far up into IVC Stingray's base, then they might not know that that it's theirs to begin with. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't disagree with your comment there at all. With just that, like, it's gonna come down, like I keep saying it, but it's gonna come down to like how you support that leader, or like whatever the leader player chooses to do moving forward. Maybe they'll offer something like a splatter scope. Maybe they'll try to dish out a completely different weapon here, and get some more frontline pressure up and be like, okay, maybe we're stuck a bit too much on the back. Maybe we have to hold forward a bit more. And heading into this next match here, I'm hoping that we see them pull off some of that. And just seconds away, we're about to hit into this new game. IVC Stingrays versus Bobsplats. This is match 3, round 2. Let's see what you're both made of.
Yeah, and as we see on the IVC Stingrays, we see a custom E-Leader. So now they're switching from a Wavebreaker to a Kraken, and as we see a Nautilus on the side of the Bobsplats, but everything else looks pretty normal. We see the Platana Viper moving from that Deco to that regular, so they have a hammer for more offensive pressure. We see a vanilla splash on the side of Bobsplats for immediate crab pressure, and as we see the crab right now already putting pressure, they already found one on the side of the Stingrays, there another goes down, and like I said, I think the this overwhelming offense on the side of the Bobsplats will just be paying in dividends right now. Even if one goes down, they have that cooler, the Nautilus is there to support the splash, and now I think the main target should be that E-Leader. Make sure they can't move, make sure they can't apply any pressure to that tower, and as we see, the Nautilus is just applying so much, and we see the Kraken finding Nautilus, and you know, the Bobsplats really haven't pushed the tower all that much, so I think it's still a really even game right now.
Yeah, for the moment, it definitely still is even. We see them continuing to get more points on the board and approach another checkpoint, but what's really interesting here is that the Bobsplats opted to bring in a Nautilus with a heavy edit, so they're doubling up on their Splatlings, which honestly I don't think is the worst idea. Like, IVC Stingrays by far has struggled the most against that heavy edit, and being able to bring in essentially a second one that's a bit more mobile and aggressive is not a bad idea at all. And as we can see, we're already hitting the 20 remaining point section of this run, and like, I don't think this heavy edit's left this tower at all.
Yeah.
And they ultimately did never leave it.
They never left that tower. You know, that heavy edit and that tower are now legally married with how much they stayed together. So yeah, congratulations to the Bobsplats for that 3-0, really just showing how hyper offense in this metagame can really give you games that quickly, that fast. You know, with the right coordination, we saw that cooler, we see the Stamper with that Zipcaster, and we see two people on the tower. We see the heavy just sticking to it. Like if they get off, they're gonna die. But you know, that leader was, and we saw that leader was distracted at that top right, so they couldn't focus the tower. I think taking that attention away from the longest range weapon in that game can really just stops a lot of what IVC Stingrays was trying to do. You know, if you can't really, you know, get them at close range, get them from far range, but if they couldn't even do that with the leader since they were distracted by that, you know, whoever it was at the time, then you can't stop the tower at all. You could try and bomb it, but the heavy edit can just move away. You could try and do anything, but without a special like those triple ink strikes or booyah bomb to forcibly move them from the tower, it was just kind of wraps.
Yeah, and it was wraps indeed, and there was an interesting moment I do want to highlight, maybe about a minute into the match, where our players, they had like this weird moment where they threw out their different sodas right next to each other with the tacticoolers. Definitely, like, it created an interesting little space that all of them were basically gravitating towards. The Nautilus in particular, the E-Leader briefly even was getting weirdly physically close to these double tacticoolers, and it I don't know exactly why that happened. Look, I get it. Everyone wants their soda, but I don't know if I want to have a taste of the other team's soda too. So, just a fun little moment that I wanted to re-highlight that I'm sure some of you probably picked up on as well. But yeah, going through these highlights, fantastic moments from this match, and just showcasing what Bobsplats is made of.
For sure, you know, in the IVC Stingrays, although, you know, having been 3-0'd is not really the best thing that can happen to you. I have been there before.
Sure.
But it's simply a learning experience. You need to take it as a learning experience. You can't really take it like oh, I'm so bad at this game, you know, because that sort of mindset really doesn't help anyone in the long term. But I think it really just shows like the weaknesses of your team. And although you don't really like seeing your weaknesses, it's something that you need to see in order to improve. So definitely a weakness is a paint issue, definitely. When you're fighting such a high paint team like the Bobsplats and also such a really offensive team, you know, you lose the opening fight and it just kind of snowballs from there, and you just need to learn how to remain calm under the pressure and learn how to use, you know, your specials together to get back into the game, because I feel like the special coordination from the IVC Stingrays really didn't feel as coordinated compared to the Bobsplats. So, you know, like I said in the last set we casted, you look back on those games, you pause, you rewind, you go over it with your team, be like, hey, okay, this is what happened. What was everyone thinking during this time? And it's honestly just VOD reviewing is just such an eye-opening experience. Even if you don't want to look at your losses, it's just it benefits everyone, you know.
Yeah, VOD reviewing is essential. Just being able to reflect, understand what like micro plays you're making, because that's what Splatoon really is at the end of the day. It's a game of micro plays. It's like, are you going to do a bit of strafing in a fight? Are you going to necessarily take this very specific route to the basket when you're trying to throw in a clam? Like, that's going to determine how strong either a push is if that gets you the lead at least comfortably, or if you're going to be able to have a push in the first place at all. And that comes together with how you push up as a team. I think the Bobsplats did an excellent job of showcasing how a lot of that can come into play. With, for instance, that blaster in that previous match on Clamblitz being able to hold parts of the zone. I mean, even in certain cases, the Stingrays had a moment here where their Wiper and E-Leader were able to do a great job playing together, putting out pressure. Unfortunately, the Wiper may be extending a bit out of the Leader's range in their push, but still doing a great job in some of those moments. And we did see plenty of showcases of teamwork from both teams. And it just kind of shows like, hey, this is what you can do in competitive Splatoon. And there's a lot of nuance to it.
For sure. You know, Splatoon goes a lot deeper than just people paint the zone or people grab this or that or just people write this. There's a lot of communication that needs to go into this game and a lot of thinking, you know, and a lot of individual skill. And I think that's what makes Splatoon just so beautiful. You know, just being able to talk with your teammates and just be like, hey, this is what's happening. And it's a lot different from any other shooter game with, you know, with these vibrant colors and these weird weapons and specials that just make you want to rip your hair out sometime. But, you know, it's all part of the game that we all love. And honestly, you know, and we're just hopping right into our next match, Crab and Go versus CSULB Gold. And this, I believe this is a Division 2 match, so I'm very Division 1 match, so I'm very excited to see how both of these teams do, because this is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, Crab and Go, like shifting gears here, they've really done a great job at just shutting down and shocking so many different teams and also spectators. Being initially placed in Division 4, probably a little bit of a mishap there in some seating areas, but still being able to completely wipe out everyone in Division 4, moving on to Division 2, having a few more close games there, but overall still going on a complete run. So now we're going to have them in Division 1, and so far, let's take a quick look at how Crab and Go's been doing. They did lose to Splatlanders in round 2, and they also lost to the UCF Knights. Arguably two of the more strong teams overall of the CCA circuit, especially in Division 1. So I'm going to be interested to see how they match up against a team like California State University Long Beach Gold. Not necessarily an awful team at all by any means, but like they've really done a good job at being able to just have a high standing in their own regard here in Division 1. And seeing a team that's really just gone from the bottom to the top, like Crab and Go, like they still have plenty of opportunities here to prove themselves, even if they maybe just barely miss out on a top cut run.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Crab and Go, they've been making very big strides recently in the CCA circuit, and this is just qualifier number 3 out of, I believe, 5.
Yes.
So, you know, even if they don't do too hot here, then, you know, they have 2 other qualifiers they could attend. And, you know, I think this is just really a story about hard work. You know, Crab and Go being placed at the bottom, and then they just proved everyone wrong, and then 2 qualifiers later, they're in Division 1, even though they haven't gotten off to the best start. I mean, I think they've taken those first 2 round losses as a bit of a learning experience. You know, it's definitely a different environment compared to the other teams. You know, like you said, UCF Knights and Splatlanders, they've been around in the CCA. If you been around, there's some pretty well known names. But you know, I think CSULB Gold, no one to sleep on either. And honestly, from what I've seen, you know, looking at the stats of both of these teams, it seems a bit standard comps. So I'm excited to see how both of these teams can pilot, because even though you may be running the same weapons, you could use very different strategies for either team, you know, depending on playstyles.
Completely, yeah. And I think what's also worth keeping in mind in terms of Crab and Go is that UCF Knights and Splatlanders are probably the two most aggressive teams in Division 1. So they have a chance here to show, like, hey, we can be plenty aggressive too. And CSULB Gold also has a chance to be like, well, you guys had your fun Division 4 and 2 run. Maybe you don't necessarily belong here at the top. So we're going to see what happens here heading into Game 1 here on Scorch Gorge Rainmaker.
Yeah, one thing I want to shout out is that tri-stringer. You know, you don't really see a lot of those. Sometimes you would see a well string, but not the usual tri-string. But as we see, I believe it found the ends up. What a great shot. But as we see, the Emperor Dooley's playing really aggressive, but getting shut down by that bow. You know, very impressive bow play. You know, they are not no slouch at this weapon. And as we see, it's just a very even fight mid. No one's really taking control. We see the cooler from the NSAP that will allow their teammates to play more aggressive. As you see this, I believe just both teams are just getting specials right now. We see one special on both sides. But as we see, the bucket does go down. I wonder if Crab and Go is going to use this opportunity to start pushing, and yes, they will. As you see, 3 of them are playing so aggressive right now. We see the splashdown, and they do pick off the splashdown user while also not going down. But the Tenatech getting caught between a rock and a hard place, but this still doesn't stop Crab and Go from playing a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, Crab and Go so far doing a good job of just being able to hold on to the Rainmaker, maybe holding on to it for a bit too long in one spot, allowing California State University Long Beach Gold to move up, and we already see them on their podium providing a perfect little street that the Rainmaker chooses to not necessarily go perfectly down. And they do get the checkpoint here from the looks of it, and they're going to keep that momentum going for the most part, putting out some splashdowns, taking out additional members of Crab and Go. You only have your stringer player up. That's not what you want to see, especially with only not even 2 minutes of the game remaining. And wow, this Rainmaker barely squeezing past those tri-strikes. You don't necessarily see that every day, and they're still putting pressure on this Rainmaker. The Emperor Dooley is doing a great job of being able to pull out some of that. This Blaster sharking, taking out 3 members of Crab and Go. This Rainmaker, they're going to have to just jump off with it and reset it. Like, they can't do anything else, because otherwise Crab and Go, or my mistake, Gold, they might just be able to squeeze through and get a capture.
Yeah, that was a smart Rainmaker grab on the side of Crab and Go. They just did not want to try anything, especially with that 3-down situation. As we see the bucket using those tri-strikes, trying to hold back CSULB Gold. They do find one. They find that S-Blast 90 something, and it looks like the T-Tech does find the pick. They do find a pick on 2. They might find the pick on the S-Blast, but they are just trying to move around him. Oh my goodness, this S-Blast is going crazy right now. And as we see, they are just sharking in the middle, sharking a little bit on their ramp. They're playing very passive. They're waiting for their teammates to go back in, and they strike. They find 3 specials on the board for CSULB Gold. We see 1 get popped. We see the Emperor just find 2. The last one's the bow. I feel like we've always just been saying this. The last one will always be the bow, and they go down. This aggression from CSULB Gold is just insane right now.
Yeah, this aggression is insane. We saw some really strong plays there with the Emperors making an opening, getting a splash down out, being able to put out not just paint, but also get a pick or 2, and also providing the opportunity for their teammates to move in, clean up the rest of the picks, and just maintain a lot of control overall. And you don't even necessarily need to be on the ramp either. Like, you were able to push it up to 21 remaining. Like, on a map like Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, which is notorious for making it impossible to even break really past 20, like, that's nothing to scoff at. And Crab and Go, with only 93 remaining on the board, they're going to have to make something big happen here, and they're going to have to, like, borderline almost get a full-blown knockout, too.
Yeah, definitely, but, you know, 1 goes down inside of Crab and Go, something you do not want to see at all, but we do see a special online for the side of Crab and Go. They need to utilize those Killer Whale 5.1 properly, but it's just really hard for them to start pushing up right now, especially with the defense from CSULB Gold. We see the bucket just holding onto their trip strikes, knowing that I could just save these for overtime if I want. And look at Crab and Go burning both of their specials and not even breaking through the first checkpoint. We see the splashdown that finds the bucket that was basically more effective than both specials Crab and Go used combined. And at the 2-for-1, we see the bucket trying to play very aggressively, trying to pick the Rainmaker. They go back to help their teammate out because they know that we cannot let anyone go down. And as we see, we're going into overtime right now. Crab and Go needs to break this checkpoint like now.
Yeah, we also see those tri-strikes come out from that bucket finally, them holding on to them for kind of a surprising amount of time, but, you know, when you're trying to delay overtime, you're trying to make sure this Rainmaker goes down, like, not necessarily the worst move, and ultimately, that Rainmaker does go down, and this was a very strong win in the favor of California State University Long Beach Gold.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that mid-game push was just so volatile on the side of CSULB Gold. Yeah, no, the Emperi, the S-Blast, the bucket, facilitating so much for that team. And it felt like the last two sets that we commentated, just this overwhelming offense that CSULB Gold produces is just so suffocating for Crab and Go. But, you know, they had a very strong first start. They had a very strong opening, but, you know, I think they just got picked off too quickly, and it allowed CSULB Gold to take advantage of that. And, you know, as we see, SLS finds one, finds two, and I believe it was just a stray bomb finding the Rainmaker. Just Crab and Go couldn't move at all. Even when they had the Rainmaker and they were finding picks, it always just felt like CSULB Gold just came back in an instant, just like that. And I think that just kind of showcases the power of the cooler, to be honest.
Yeah, the power of the cooler, for sure. Both teams having one, but Gold doing a really good job of making use of it and also providing themselves with the opportunity to constantly keep moving up. Their S-Blast and Emperi's naturally wanting to do that a bit more than the other weapons, but they just kept dishing out that pressure. Like, they could not be stopped. They were always everywhere, it felt, but when you looked at the overhead, like, they were biding their time, like you mentioned earlier, Mewtwo, during one of their earlier pushes. And when they were all ready, when they were all assembled, all it took was one of them to sneak by a little bit, get the rest of Crab and Go distracted looking at them, and then the rest of the team members would perfectly fall on pawn just all the members of Crab and Go and take them out. And it really clearly worked consistently, and it's going to have to be something that Crab and Go takes into consideration moving into this next match, because you have to keep up with that pace. California State University Long Beach Gold, they just kept running at them, and even though they weren't necessarily always diving, they were getting those consistent special pushes out. And Crab and Go has to make sure that they can equal that pressure too. So heading into this next game here, it's going to come down to a lot of that.
Yeah, for sure. And as we see on CSULB Gold, we see the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco on the side of Amnesia, switching from that S-Blast 92. But, you know, this Crab and Go just has a lot of paint. So, you know, they're definitely not lacking in the paint department, just the aggression department. But as we see, both sides are starting to take their top areas very nicely, but we see the Nautilus going down to that Rapid. That is something you do not want to see, because you just lose the range advantage. You know, you use the range game immediately, and as we see, CSULB Gold just jumping the rest of the Crab and Go members like a bunch of predators. Oh my goodness. It was just basically a delayed wipe, and now Crab and Go is stuck in their spawn. The Nautilus is trying to find a place to move. We see the Emperor splash down, find no one, but it does be able to just be able to let that timer tick down. We see the trip strikes not even reaching the zone. The Bucky just trying to get in, trying to facilitate their teammates to get back in. We see another set of tri-strikes, this time into the zone, but we see a responding tri-strikes from CSULB Gold along with some killer whales. And this overwhelming offense that we have seen from CSULB Gold is just so hard to deal with right now.
It really is, and with 20 seconds remaining, like, I don't think since Gold has been able to push, like, they've really been truly stopped. That might be about to happen. We do see Crab and Go. They're trying to make something happen here. They're really giving it their all. They're stalling out the zone, but one of them is down. That being the T-Tech. That's your painter. And, oh, it's going to be over. That splashdown being that confirmation of the zone cap. And, like, that was honestly, like, edging a bit on being pretty close. Obviously, California State University Long Beach Gold, they did a great job of holding down the zone really well. And I think particularly what stood out the most to me earlier is that shift from the S-Blast into a Rapid Blaster Pro. Particularly, like, just having that new sort of pseudo backline pressure played really well off of the different specials they had, like the Killer Whale or the Tri-Strikes or a lot of other things, and it was able to just stall things for long enough. Like, even though they weren't necessarily all really hard guarding just at their whole spawn area, California State University Long Beach Gold was able to just delay and make Crab and Go stalled out long enough where they could hold that zone. And I mean, you can just see even in the neutral state where they're both fighting for their lives over it, that it's Gold had the specials to make it all work in their favor.
Yeah, and as we see here, we just see some poorly placed triple ink strikes from the Tenatech. I know they were being pressured by that bucket, but I definitely think that was just something that they, I think they just believed they got a little bit trigger happy there. And, the triple ink strike placements from Crab and Go was less than optimal. I know you're trying to get your team back into the zone, but I feel like you could have placed the triple ink strikes better. You could have, flushed out that Rapid Blaster Pro deco from wherever they were and, pushing as a team, because I know the bucket was trying to go in alone, but CSULB Gold responded with their own triple ink strikes and was able to pick one off. And, at that start, that Rapid Blaster Pro deco, just immediately finding that Nautilus was just such a great pick. And it allowed, we saw CSULB Gold took that opportunity and pounced on Crab and Go. Like, blink and you'll miss it. And it just shows that CSULB Gold, that's probably a part of their strategy. Wait for one of them to get a pick, and then after it becomes a 4v3, then you just go straight in. They're not afraid. They're not afraid to play the game. And I think that's something that Crab and Go should take from this. Don't be afraid to play the game. Don't be afraid to play aggressive, We see them start pushing a little bit. They want to push with the objective, and that's fine, but sometimes you just need to say, let's go, and just run at them, because you're not gonna be able to get much if you're just waiting for them to come to you. Because when you wait for them to come to you, they're gonna have a special ready, and when they have specials ready, they're gonna coordinate their specials and make you have a terrible time.
Yeah, that special output is really important, like you're just highlighting. And heading into this next match here on a map like Lamblitz, where you're trying to just get entry into the different clam goals and nets and everything, like, you need to just hold down that space for an extended period of time. And it's something that, California State University Long Beach Gold has done a great job so far of being able to showcase. Already the bucket player from Crab and Go going down, and this is going to be a kind of a hot, difficult spot.
Yeah, no, they're basically two already going down on the side of Crab and Go. We see the Gloogies pushing up with that splash wall available to them. We see a cooler being online for CSULB Gold. And even though Crab and Go does have a ball, they can't even get out of their own spawn right now. And the Gloogies are applying so much pressure on their top left. They do find one. We see the bucket playing very aggressive with that brush. The brush has the Zipcaster ready. We see Trip Strikes. That Zipcaster coming in, applying so much immediate pressure. But, three are going down on the side of CSULB Gold. I did not expect that, but what great defense from Crab and Go.
Yeah, Crab and Go, I feel like they got a little bit lucky there just with how some of those specials maybe played out, but they did do a good job of making sure that they were able to survive that regardless, and this is providing a great opportunity for them to move in a bit, and they just have to keep in mind, like, hey, okay, we have to keep in check certain weapons like that Bluga Doolies, like the Slosher, and make sure that we're able to zone them out just enough where we can keep scoring points. And on a map like this, you can peek on the ramp a little bit, you can throw in a few clams and back off without too much issue overall, and that's what we kind of just saw in that last push. In Crab and Go, they broke the 50-point mark. They're already looking to be in a good spot here, entering the just about 3-minute portion of the match.
Yeah, Crab and Go's offense right there was amazing. You know, getting it down to 47, making it really hard for CSULB Gold to push in. As you see, the Brush is in a really bad position right now. They're forced to jump back to that basket area, so they can't really shark as much as they would like to. We see a lot of teamwork from the side of Crab and Go trying to shoot down the Zipcaster. Oh my goodness, I think that's like 3 members trying to shoot down 1 person. And as we see, oh, look at the bucket flanking from behind. They found a pick and they're using it to find another, and I believe that is a triple on the side of the bucket. What great play for them.
Really great play indeed. And as we can see, Long Beach Gold really trying to make something happen here. They do have a decent number of clams in their favor. Unfortunately, their Glugadoo is down. The player putting out the most pressure immediately, maybe diving in a bit early, though, for the rest of their team. And we're in a neutral state for the first time in a little while. California State University Long Beach Gold trying to use their specials together to make something happen, but it just all keeps happening a bit too soon. And this is providing opportunities for Crab and Go to shut them down. When you get a little bit frantic, when you start being like, okay, guys, we just have to go, we just have to move, we have to make certain things happen, sometimes that doesn't always work out the best when you don't have that proper base already really solidified. And it's really showing in how these specials are and just pushes have been playing out.
Yeah, we see the Nautilus running in, using that splashdown, finding 1. The last one is the Pencil, so the Pencil can't really play the best defense they can. They drop a cooler, they find 1, and yeah, I mean, oh, well, I guess I could go eat my words, but they do need to grab that Pity Clam just so they could get another one, and they do, just in the nick of time. As you see, Crab and Go is still in mid, holding it down, but 2 go down. We see the Nautilus and the Bucket trying their best to hold, but this Bucket from the side of CSULB Gold got a little bit overzealous. I thought they were going to get picked off, but as we see, this Bucket is doing some fancy maneuvering around this Glugadooly. Oh my goodness, but unfortunately they do go down, but CSULB Gold still hasn't scored yet.
Looks like they will finally get at least a few points on the board. 1 ball going in. So far, no other clams just yet. They do have the Brush who's able to sneak in yet another power clam, bringing it down to 57 remaining. A little bit of time still left to maybe make a push happen, but with 30 seconds left on the board, this actually does provide enough of a window for CSULB Gold to maybe make something happen here. As you can see, the Bucket's actually under the basket of Crab and Go, and we see some more tri-strikes come out. All it's going to take is them coming together to make something happen here. 55, 52, 49, 40, 37, 34 points remaining, and it keeps just going down. I don't think Crab and Go is expecting this. We have 5 seconds left in the match, and this basket of theirs is still open with more points getting thrown in, and a ball even to bring it down to 8 remaining. That's not what you want to see.
It's not what you want to see, but the game is not over yet. The Pencil's being forced to retreat, but all of CSULB is back in, and basically all overtime is almost over. I don't know if Crab and Go will have the time to reach the basket, and they cannot. I believe they got the picks, but they couldn't get the basket open in time. And just like that, the carpet was swept under Crab and Go's feet. They thought they would get a game on the board, but no, CSULB Gold, you know, just being able to perform under pressure in crunch time and be able to give that performance in the last 30 seconds, that was really impressive.
Yeah, completely agree there. Like, with how most of that match went, I did not think that CSULB Gold would be able to get something together. And the fact that it went from not just like a single power clam, but to another power clam, and then so many clams, like they had that clam economy in their favor. much to their benefit, like they were able to get so many points down. Like that wall did nothing really for Crab and Go. They just had to get that pick. Like there's no time for taking some ink, throwing down a wall. You just need to get them out of the picture ASAP. And with how much space they were able to sneak and get away with, like you can't really like let that even be a factor if you're Crab and Go.
Yeah, and as we saw in this replay, the bucket was such like they were such a menace into this, and it allowed the Gloogies to swipe by the Crab and Go defense and break open that barrier. And the Gal wasn't able to hold off the bucket in time to throw all of their clams in, and then I'm very surprised they got that jump off. On my screen at least, it looked like they didn't get the ball in, but I just think it was the real nail in the coffin, because Crab and Go need to dedicate just so much more extra time taking out the members of CSULB Gold. And as you know, we got into mid, half of overtime was already over, and yeah, the writing was on the wall after that. But congratulations to CSULB Gold, proving once again why offense is just the way to go in this current metagame with how much pressure they applied. But honestly, Crab and Go looked really, really great game 3. I just think, being unable to close it out is really unfortunate, but, once again, this is just another learning experience.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all either, and props to CSULB Gold for getting their first win on the board tonight as well, bringing them up to a 1-2 overall through that Crab and Go set, just being able to really make sure that, hey, we can make this a 3-0. We're not necessarily done for the night, and it's just like it really shows with their weapons, like how slippery they can be, how like consistently offensive and defensive they can be. This is a Division 1 team, and like just everything overall, like really good showing.
For sure, and I think Crab and Go, even though they, haven't won a round yet in this qualifying circuit, it's like I said at the start, it's just such an eye-opening experience, In Division 1, it's the cream of the crop, but I hope they use this learning experience for something, to win maybe their last few rounds of this circuit, of this qualifier. But Omazen and I are going to be on break, but when we come back, we will keep giving you guys some good commentary, so stick around, but it won't be too long, I promise.
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Shake the mind, speeding up the pace, turning up the heat, where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks, I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
All right, and welcome back to round 4 of qualifier number 3 with the CCA Circuit. And we have a Division 2 match now with Octos and Squids United Scarlet from The Ohio State University going up against Worcester Polytechnic Institute's custom WPI Grizzco Union Workers. So, these teams, if you look at the leaderboard, they're actually neck and neck. With Custom WPI having 240 points and Scarlet having 220 points. So they're both not finals cutoff clinched yet, but they do have the opportunity here to see which one can maybe make up this small little rivalry of sorts perhaps going on. So I'm interested to see what happens here as we enter our round 4. Coming up with such a potentially tight matchup. Mewtwo, do you have any thoughts heading into our round 4?
Yeah, I mean, round 4 is the final round of the group stage, so both teams definitely want to make it count. I believe, this is just the make it or break it round. You gotta perform the best you have ever performed throughout this entire group stage. So I think, it's Division 2. I think we're going to see some really high quality gameplay right now.
Absolutely. And both teams have very strong players in their own rights as well. Scarlet having some players actually move up from, I believe, their gray team from CCA League Season 5 in particular, and Custom WPI kind of being a new mixture of some players from the original WPI teams with a lot of new faces as well. So it provides an interesting opportunity here to see like what they can pull off and what can happen. And heading into this next match here, we're actually going to be starting off on Tower Control Barnacle and Dime. Tower Control Barnacle and Dime, definitely one of the more, not necessarily snowbally maps, but once you hit like a certain part, I think around maybe the second checkpoint, it gets a little scary if you're not able to get the other team out of your space.
Yeah, for sure. TC Barnacle is, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not really the most well versed on the sort of layout of this map. I'm more used to seeing clam blitz or splat zones, but here at CCA we like to be a little bit out of the box sometimes with our both of these teams run. I've seen both of these teams around in CCA before, but I haven't really invested myself into what either of these teams run. But judging by how veteran these teams are, I'm expecting to see some really good matches. So as we see on the side of ONSU Scarlet, we see another E-leader, but on the side of the Grizzco Workers Union, a double sword. That's interesting.
Definitely interesting for sure, but I mean, personally, I'm a Splatana lover. I love seeing people cook, and I mean, when you have a Wiper Deco, like, that's a bit of a spicy pick, so I'm curious to see what they're able to pull off. We have quite the neutral state starting this match off with the E-leader from the side of Scarlet having almost free reign of the whole map, and that's really allowing the members of Scarlet to just collapse upon the members of Custom WPI. Okamu doing a great job of cleaning up some additional players as well. And yeah, heading into our first checkpoint, it's already capped, and they're on a train ride here, getting that just so much pressure out. Although we do see Custom WPI doing a good job of maybe starting to come back up.
Yeah, Mint Decavitator with that bubble is just such a way to like just stop a push, because it just asserts dominance. But as we see the Kraken finding 2 from this custom range blaster, very impressive stuff. But as we see, the custom range is going to try and go top left, but they do get picked off by the duelist, who does get picked off by the leader. This E-leader has just been landing so many great shots today. We see the Wiper Deco taking, in my opinion, a really not good fight, and the pencil's kind of being pressured by this Tenatech, so they can't really push the tower. We see the custom range blaster trying to fight this decav. The pencil finally using cooler, but it's in a very passive spot. I'm I wanted the pencil to use their cooler a bit more aggressively to where that mid decav is, just so they get a little bit of extra insurance in case they go down with bubble. But as we see, with the Grizzco Workers Union is starting to get a push in right now.
Yeah, they are, and that decaf player finally getting that momentum you were talking about earlier, getting a crazy quad. Like, they're just running. They're like, okay, Scarlet, yeah, we get it. You guys moved up. You were able to almost kind of cap our last checkpoint, but no, it's over. We're running at you, and we're making something happen here. And they have 2 specials still going up. Unfortunately, the decav going down, and yet their pencil going down too. And this, like, oh no, maybe they weren't able to make up as much ground as they would have liked on that push. Scarlet doing a great job with Zoe and some of their other players there as well, being able to just shut down what was almost a disastrous snowball.
Yeah, I mean that mid decav really put the team on their back for a second, but they weren't able to get past the amazing lead that ONSU Scarlet had at the start. But as we see, the Splatana Viper Deco is in mid with those Tenta missiles basically online right now, and the Grizzco Workers Union still has mid control, and they do go 2 down. They take down that leader, which is huge. We see the Splatana Viper using missiles a lot earlier than I would have liked them to do. But if you find one, hey, I mean, I'm not complaining. We see the pencil with that cooler ready on tower, and they might get the lead, and no, they don't. Oh my goodness, this is such a close game right now. Oh my lord.
Yeah, it really is. And you could see the members at Custom WPIL trying to move up to that tower as things were getting a little dicey as that score kept creeping closer and closer to a potential upset. And now Scarlet is really in an empowering spot. They don't have to necessarily move up too hard, but as long as they can collapse on the different members of Custom WPI, they can ensure that they can get a solid win here. And I mean, despite everything, they're going to try to clear this last checkpoint at the very least.
Yeah, Disco moving so well with that decav might, like, oh my lord. I still can't get over that quad that they had. We see Mario on the dualies slowly pushing up. They do have that crab online ready to go for when they need to push. They have 2 specials online, but as you say that, the mint decav goes down with bubbler. That is something you do not want to see, especially. But they did have the cooler, but the pencil goes down and the duelist goes down. So this push by the WPI Workers Union needs to be halted temporarily, and the Splatana Viper Deco goes down. And so even though the Workers Union finds 2, you can't really be losing members like that.
You can't be, especially with 30 seconds left on the clock. And Zoe doing a great job here of just trying to shut down that decav, forcing them to jump away and taking them out of the fight, especially in such a critical point of this match. Like, you need that decav functioning. You need the rest of your specials up, and they still have them up there, still popping them, but you have to be able to, like, use them in such a way where you can make sure the other team can't get any of their specials out. And it's only the decav. It's only the decav up, and they can't get on the tower in time. And that's overtime. That was
no. Dude, Disco was too far up. Oh my goodness, Disco was too.
I mean, it's hard to blame Disco though, because Disco's doing what Disco needed to do by moving up a bit more aggressively. But when it comes to that point in the match, like, you have to make sure the tower at least is functioning.
Yeah, I think everything just happened way too quickly in order for Disco to even process what had happened.
Probably.
So I don't. We're gonna see the replay right now, and everything just happened so. I didn't even notice what happened because,
to be honest, yeah.
I mean, we see the custom range go down, the Vipers in mid. We see they have specials
missiles, but it's only on the leader player who does go down.
And okay, the trip strikes on tower. Okay, 3 are down. It's a wipe. The bomb got. Oh no!
That's so unfortunate.
And
Disco doing a great job, most likely, I think, of getting most of those picks too to even enable that push in the first place. But that suction bomb, doing what a suction bomb loves to do, just being like, hey, I'm actually here, by the way, and you're about to blow up into a bunch of little pieces.
Yeah, and you can't even blame Disco. Their reaction time was good. I mean, they
Yeah.
noticed immediately, but I'm sure they might be beating themselves up in the voice chat right now, but they shouldn't. You know, the way that quad they produced should mitigate any and all negative feelings they have about themselves or that game. And moving into game 2, that was such a close game. I think if the Workers Union worked on their opening a little bit and not let themselves be in that position of where ONSU Scarlet just got a lead to 27, just I think it could have. Oh my goodness. Oh,
I really want to highlight, like, once again, this was a really this game was so like back and forth. Both teams were consistently having strong pushes into one another. With WPI like almost getting that lead at that one point around the middle of the match, and Scarlet like teasing WPI, being like, hey, we actually might be able to clear your last checkpoint too while we're at it. And just like I'm really interested to see what happens in these next 2 games, because this will by far be the closest set of our Swiss coverage tonight.
yeah. It's so different from the first 3 rounds we casted, because it always felt like there was an aggressive team and a team that constantly felt like they were on the defense all the time. And now we see both of these teams. Their playmaking abilities are on point, as we saw with both teams, and I think that moving into these next 2 games, I really want to see just a game, like just a 1-to-1 game 3, straight up slobber knocker. I'm not gonna lie to you, because the way these 2 teams have performed in just one game, it's so it's just so hype. I love this.
It really is hype, and just, I mean, each and every player, like, very significantly mattered too and brought something to the table. Like, we kept talking about Disco. I mean, Zoe had some great plays as well, Verde popping in, Speedbug doing a good job. Like, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they continue to play off of each other and how they're able to either shut down each other or make a certain push happen.
Yeah, we see a well string on the side of ONSU Scarlet, something that you love to see. We see one already going down from the Workers Union, but as we see Mario switching from the normal dualies to the end parry dualies, I wonder if how much of a difference that is going to make. But as we see, ONSU Scarlet once again has a very strong mid control right now. We see the Viper Deco in mid doing their best to sort of circumvent this push that ONSU Scarlet's doing, but with 3 down, it looks like it's a very easy checkpoint break on the side of ONSU Scarlet.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all there, and ONSU Scarlet kind of bringing a lot of that momentum we saw the first match by just immediately checking that Rainmaker. Their push now being over from the looks of it, but they have a lot of control still of mid. Custom WPI only really having Disco moving up, and they're all alone, and they have to run away from a blaster too. That's not exactly going to work out too well.
Yeah, I think Disco definitely had something there but the splashdown just really stopped whatever they were trying to do, and as we see, that ends up being forced to jump back, but they do have a cooler ready. We see Okamu grabbing that Rainmaker ready to push alongside their team, and as I say that, 2 are down on the side of the Workers Union, and it looks like the Workers Union is just starting to push up really heavily right now. The only one who can stop them is Disco and Mario. As we see the splashdown coming out, they find one, but it's not the Rainmaker, and Mario doing a great play, trading with the Rainmaker, but I think that allows the rest of their team to get back in. We see Disco stopping them, but the Wellstring is just so much popping power, and it could shred the Rainmaker, it could shred the bubble. I think that is a great adaptation on the side of ONSU Scarlet.
Yeah, I would say so, and like, look, they're still holding the Rainmaker. Zoe having a quick grab, unfortunately going down to Disco right away, but they still got a few more points on the board. If I was on to Scarlet, I think I would have maybe played just a little bit more conservatively there, maintaining that pressure, because they were locking out for just about a minute, and that's a minute that now Custom WPI has to figure out how they can make up for as we head into a Rainmaker reset here as we approach about the half-point way of this match. And Scarlet, like Zoe, doing a great job. They do go down, but are able to take out 2 key members of Custom WPI. And yeah, like you've been saying, you two, they keep going back and forth.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the Workers Union still hasn't gotten a singular point on the board, and it just shows how overwhelming onto Scarlet offense can be. Mario with a great pick on the T-Tech, but they unfortunately go down to the Blaster. We've been talking about Zoe a lot of game 1, and it's the same game 2. They are just such a menace on that Blaster. And we see the NZAP, I believe, was trying to find a pick, but they just can't. But we see Disco finding one on the kill string. Rest of the WPI, they do find the Tri-Slosher. So I definitely think this is a push that they could definitely break the checkpoint. They need to make this Wellstring move. And Mario with that splashdown, trading with the Tri, that's a really great pick, because that Tri thrives in such a, one-on-one. Whoa. And and WPI just gets wiped off the map immediately. I couldn't even finish my sentence.
Yeah, that happens so fast. Scarlet doing a great job of just collapsing together. Like, I hope we have a replay of that, because just so much happened in, like, I want to say 2 to 3 seconds. Really? And already, once again, just over a minute left of the match, we see Scarlet edging up. They're trying to just be like, hey, we can still push up. We can still KO if we really want. And as you can see, they keep getting a couple more points on the board. It's not like anything mind-blowing, but it's enough to just keep putting that pressure on and buying themselves a bit more wiggle room in the case where WPI is able to move up again.
Oh yeah, and great spacing from Okamu, moving away from the splashdown and moving away from the dualies, trying to push them. And, like you said, the onto Scarlet pushing means that, onto Scarlet pushing means that WPI Workers Union cannot push themselves, so them finding 3 down, Disco accidentally using that bubble, I don't think that's what they wanted to do. We see the splashdown finding that NZAP, and with 10 seconds left on the board, I don't think the Workers Union have enough gas left in the tank to just try and grab the Rainmaker if onto Scarlet just knocks it out. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Scarlet with another last second, arguably really crazy play. Instead of playing it safe and maybe just sitting around where that first checkpoint is in the shoulder, they're like, no, we can probably get the knockout here. And with only a few seconds left of the game, they went ahead and just went for it. And they got that knockout. And, I mean, once again, really close games throughout this whole night. But, I think Scarlet's kind of showing themselves to be the, very, put together team here. I think we're about to see that moment we were talking about earlier too, Mewtwo, where a lot of the members of Scarlet, or not Scarlet, but Union just kind of fell apart almost at the same time.
Yeah, so Duluth was down, the Tri-Strikes came in, and yeah, okay, but the Tri-Strikes picked off the Rainmaker and the person in front of the Rainmaker, and then the decav went down to one of the onto Scarlet's team members. And yeah, I think the coordination here on the side of the Workers Union was a bit more scattered than the TC Barnacle game. It just kind of felt like, we see Mario up there, but Mario has no support. Even though they found a pick on the Tri-Slosher, there's no one else to really take advantage of that chaos that Mario created. I mean, as we saw the decav, but I feel like it was a bit too late. They were ready, especially with those Tri-Strikes. And I think the Wellstring was just such a great pick, because I feel like Bubble is one of those specials where it's like, if you do not have a very quick way of shredding it, it can be a very big thorn in your side. But we see that Wellstring shredding that Bubble even before they got to the checkpoint, but with the Wellstring by itself, they couldn't really stop the Rainmaker. But Yeah, I think ONSU Scarlet, they were just the more coordinated team throughout this entire match.
Completely agree, and I think that reflects a lot in how they were able to handle WPI's push as well. As you could see earlier, WPI had a lot of momentum to their credit, and as we head into this third match here on Robo Ramen, I think that WPI is going to be looking for like how they can maybe take some of that, just that concept of that momentum again, and really apply it.
Oh, okay. I saw a double pencil and I was surprised, but as we see, stopping the battle, maybe it was a bit of a mistake on one of the teams. Maybe they needed to sub someone out, but as we get that sorted, Splat Zones Robo Ramen, I think both teams are very evenly matched on Splat Zones. The objective stays put. It's not like Rainmaker or Clamblitz where you need to gather clams or pop a shield and move the Rainmaker into the other side. I think this will be the game that the Grizzco Workers Union has the best chance of being able to take the game.
Yeah, for sure. And we did see them almost take some of the previous games as well, particularly match 1, I think, was a standout, especially with just that really unfortunate overtime push situation. But they've proven themselves to be able to keep up with Scarlet. They can counter push comfortably. They can shut down Scarlet's pushes comfortably. So heading into this next match here, I think that it's going to come down a lot to who can just hold space longer, the better. Not necessarily go for a complete, just zone out, like, hey, we're going to make sure you only are able to stay in your respawn area. But just like if they can control that immediate zone the best.
Yeah, for sure. And, I believe ONSU Scarlet might... Maybe they were thinking about running double pencil, but at least one pencil would be able to work. But I'm very excited to see how this match goes. But we see a pencil and a Zimmy on the side of ONSU Scarlet. And the Workers Union is also pulling out a pencil of their own with an NZAP 89. Very interesting.
Yeah, the 89 with the chumps, honestly, chumps are somewhat controversial special. Their value is a bit all over the place, but when you have certain weapons like a Splat Dualies on your side and also that decav, maybe that confusion from the chumps and distraction might be what you need to get them a bit more enabled and a bit more just able to push up. Unfortunately, we see that decav go down to a stray bomb, and providing Scarlet the perfect opportunity with both of the main Slayers down from WPI, also that Zap now down, to just continue to push up and maybe get a lockout situation happen here.
Yeah, we see the Zimmy with that bubble ready. Zimmy is just so good at painting and getting their special ready whenever they need. And as we see, 2 are down on the side of the Workers Union. We see Mario out of position with a crab, but they can't really use that crab effectively since they are in the bottom, but they get sniped down by Ukamu, who has just been such a great backline throughout this entire set. And as we see, WPI is trying to get their own specials. The pencil goes down, which is not what you want to see. That's one of your main painters. We see the trip strikes coming in. Oh my goodness, ONSU Scarlet is just so good at farming these specials and being able to move with them. We see Speed Tug in the middle with that NZAP trying to paint the zone, and they do. We see 2 are down on the side of ONSU Scarlet and with the Workers Union. And this is the Workers Union time to play very aggressive and just lock ONSU Scarlet out.
Yeah, but they have to be careful that they don't necessarily stay around for too long or don't push up too hard and get caught out by a bomb. And they'll also have to make sure that they also try to paint each other out the best they can. These tri-strikes doing a great job of causing some disruption and making the entirety of custom WPI to move back. A bubble doing a great job of putting out some just safety for Scarlet as they try to move back in the zone. And so far, custom WPI has done a great job of just being able to hold on to this space.
Yeah, Verde on that T-Tech finding one, and they might find Disco as well. But unfortunately, they do, and by the skin of their teeth, and it looks like they are able to survive the Autobomb as well, and they are going to rush down the crab because they have really nothing to lose. And they do find Mario. What a great individual play by Verde. And the Zimmy once again has bubble ready, places it very aggressively at the elbow, make sure no one can move. Disco tries to go in, but they do go down. We see Mario jumping in, and Mario might go down, but they have the support of the pencil to back him up, but that doesn't really help them get back into zone. They need specials, but they don't have any.
Yeah, they don't have the specials that they need to necessarily push back in, and with just about 15 seconds remaining, you have to make those specials that you do pop count. This Crab here trying to just flush out members of Scarlet that keep diving into their shoulder. They're finally able to cap zone, but they have to keep the zone. 5 remaining is pretty scary. They do have a hefty penalty, to be fair, but with WPI having their own strong penalty, it's going to come down to like who can just hold this space the longest.
Yeah, for sure. We see the trip strikes coming in, trying to flush them out of their elbow, but they can't. Disco just finds one immediately. Even though they are out of ink, they do find another one, and it looks like the bucket is trying not to go down, because if they go down, it can be really detrimental for the ONSU Scarlet, and they do go down. We see Disco trying to push in towards that pencil. We see Verde trying to be a hero, trying to get into mid. They do find one, and it looks like ONSU Scarlet regains control. And the last one is the pencil, and they might be forced to jump out, but they just couldn't jump out in time. They're just getting pressured by everyone on the side of ONSU Scarlet. Mario jumps in. I think these jumps from Mario have been very, very risky, and I think Mario just kind of needs to chill out with the super jumping to their teammates, because in a lot of situations they just go down.
Unfortunately, they do, and with just a few ticks left on the clock, Scarlet might be able to hold on to this zone for just long enough and make something happen. Those strikes, like, as we saw in earlier matches, helping confirm, but Grizzco does actually flip it.
Oh,
I was stuttering a little bit there because I'm like, I don't know what's actually going to happen here, because Grizzco's doing a great job of actually just barely holding onto that zone with the skin of their teeth, and with 28 seconds remaining in this match, just about, it's gonna, like, WPI has to make sure that, like, Scarlet, for one, can't get any tri-strikes properly out, and that they can hold space down as best they can.
But yeah, I mean, ONSU Scarlet just gets it back with 10 seconds remaining. Now it's the onus is on the workers unit to get back in as fast as they can. Disco finds one, but there is a pencil actively trying to fight the cab, and they can't cap it in time. ONSU Scarlet gonna take it 3-0, and even though it says 3-0, it was just so close. But, congratulations to ONSU Scarlet winning 3-0. I'm sure this will secure them a spot in the final bracket, but it's, if you're the workers union, I feel like that'd be kind of deflating. It's just 3 very, very well fought games. Game 1 was just, it was just so unfortunate with that suction bomb. Game 2, I definitely think it was just a bit of a teamwork issue, and having, I honestly, I feel like Wellstring just is such a great way to maneuver around all of those weapons. And then game 3, it was just such a back and forth, and it's just, sometimes you just can't paint enough, even if you think you're painting everything.
Yeah, that's just the unfortunate reality of a game that, relies so much on just painting different spaces. And as you can see here, with certain more recent changes to specials, like the big bubbler being able to also output a little bit of paint itself, it allowed Scarlet to really just come through and make sure that, like, they could cap certain spaces of the zones a bit comfortably. In the last few seconds here, like, I really think Custom WPI could have done it if the decaf was able to maybe just stay alive a little bit longer. It was really unfortunate to see them kind of fall down a little bit there towards the end, but really great showing regardless from both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just honestly, like, Grizzco Union really gave ONSU Scarlet a run for their money. I believe on Battlefight, ONSU Scarlet is the first seed, so they were projected to be a real dominant force. And you got to give yourself a pat on the back for the Grizzco Union. You had some really, really outstanding moments. Game 1 Disco, that quad. Oh my goodness, what a great quad, and it just and everyone in that lobby performed, like, played their heart out, and you can't be mad with the score if you're the workers union, you know. I think that's an experience that you just need to take and be like, we kept it close. It was a really good set, and you know, as long as we iron out some of the kinks we had in our gameplay, then we could definitely get them in the run back.
Absolutely, for sure. But I mean, even though that was a 3-0 situation, Custom WPI Grizzco Workers Union, they really had some shining moments throughout their sets. Like, I mean, we've both talked about before, like Disco with their decav plays going crazy. Different members of WPI just overall being able to come together and get pushes to happen. It seemed like a common theme was they were always just a little bit too short, but I think with maybe a little bit of extra practice and whatnot, they'll be able to come through and shut down just teams and players like the ones we saw tonight on Scarlet. But once again, Scarlet with their own respective really strong plays too. Various members like Zoe being able to come out with their blaster and do a great job. But yeah, we're going to be wrapping up our Swiss bracket here, and we also want to once again shout out our sponsors, being ASUS, and with the CCA Circuit action heating up, we're really excited to once again announce that ASUS ROG is the sponsor of the CCA Circuit. And their esports initiative is giving the CCA Circuit prizing support to our top teams for the season, and we're very happy to have them join on as a prizing sponsor. And you can find out more about their Elite Rewards program by typing !ASUS in the Twitch chat. And thank you all again, and thank you to ASUS ROG for their support of the Collegiate Splatoon scene, and we will see you all soon with our top cut set later.
Bye bye.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, down.
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. Hey, where am I? Did I come back? What is that?
Are
Is that
you?
me? Well, okay, so I am a mountain
I-
today, and that's
yeah.
Saf. How you doing, Saf?
Hey, you know, a little confused, a little
Yes,
lost.
as you
but-
should be.
Yeah, but
But this is
otherwise-
fine with me. I honestly have no objections to this. Hi, I'm Popgun, joined by Saf. We are bringing you top cut of Division 1 Penn State PSU Blue taking on the Titans of Alterna. Alterna. And the
Alterna.
Penn State team just so happens to not be the blue team on the screen right now. How unfortunate.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. And you know, I think you would want to request
Wait.
that maybe permanently
Oh,
going
wait,
forward in your
what?
color choices. What?
Stop. Is this a meme? Are both teams just like agree? What is this? There's 3 brushes on the side of the Titans. Penn State is using a brush as well. So be it. They got double shot. So in soda, so they're allowed to do. What is the Titans? What are they doing?
Well, you wonder what they're doing, and yet First Pop is made by PSU Blue, so maybe they too are questioning what the choice in this it was. But you know, in Division 1 as well, Popgun, these two teams are. So
Is this Kingmaker? What is this? A team famous for using nothing but brushes, and I believe one like splatter shot or like one junior with Captain Bob along that. But this is Paintbrush, Octobrush, and Inkbrush that's coming out here. Now this is Clan Blitz, so maybe they're just thinking, let's just go all out with the brushes. Let's be hyper aggressive. Let's throw a lot of things at the Penn State side of the map. But now that they finally got control of things, there is a lot of blue that is on the map right now. They are going to take lead right here. They're in a good position to add a lot of damage to the lead, actually, because they're gathering up some clams along the way.
yeah, additionally with the Zipcaster too, a great distraction tool coming out from Ampre. Unfortunately going down, the call out for the landing zone was made by PSU Blue, and mid now being taken back and actually throwing the punch back in the faces of Titans of Alterna, making a pop of their own, and with a little bit of follow-up from Snow down below there, that's going to help in the addition of the score, with a side of Trizuka coming out from V on the flank, and just keeping the basket open for just a tiny bit more. Not too much left, though, to keep it open, so the push is going to stop there at the 52. However, lead taken by PSU Blue, but quickly, Titans of Alterna are actually going to throw a punch back again, Popgun.
Yeah, the defense doesn't really exist in this realm, so we're just going to keep scoring till the cows come home right here. Although that looks like that brush player was just kind of going off on their own. The rest of their team wasn't really ready to follow up with that push. But that's been the story. We're just halfway through the game. Both teams have scored twice, and they got these hyper-aggressive comps. I mean, I think the Octobrush might be the longest ranged weapon in the entire lobby right now. Maybe the splatter shot outranges it. But this is, this is just Everybody hold forward. Eventually, you're going to get enough clams. We're going to throw it at the basket. But, yeah, what a bizarre game that we're even looking at right now. And it looks like we're going to see some more fireworks immediately.
Yeah, and I think, too, having the quickness from the brushes, the aggressiveness of it, it's like, why would you need cooler if you can just simply run away and put your brush on the floor from your enemies? But with PSU Blue, a player like Snow, actually, the one that's just got taken down on the screen, is actually probably a really tough one that you don't really want to find yourself in a corner against. But with two folks going down of Titans or Alterna, this could be PSU Blue trying to make something happen. However, Titans of Alterna, regardless of number advantage, takes the lead.
You're being really nice not calling out the player missing the throw right there. Although they did ultimately end up getting the rebound and putting it back. But where's the defense? It's just hold forward, let's throw everything into the basket, and then we'll see what happens. But now everybody's down on the side of the Titans. Here comes the GG Clam coming in from Penn State as they get the KO. Game 1 comes to a dramatic end. All offense, no defense. If this was the NFL, you'd be very happy with what you were seeing right there. But for Clam Blitz, neither team really taking a moment to breathe. Both teams having the same kind of mentality of let's just keep pushing forward. Let's just keep attacking. Let's, hey, I got a power clam near the basket. Let's just pop it even if it doesn't work. Ultimately ended up working. Hey, I exist now.
Hey, look at that.
Yes.
We're back and we're in action now. What does your hat say?
This is a Major League Wiffle Ball hat. From
Major League Wiffle Ball. You're making football references and you're wearing a wiffle ball hat?
Now, this is a YouTube channel, and Stormy Senpai knows what I'm talking about because I was wearing this hat on a commentary block before, and they DM'd me. So I think there's at least one other person who knows what the Major League Wiffle Ball League is. What hat are you wearing? Vans?
Yeah, I'm just off the wall. That's all.
Fair enough. Not off the hook, though.
So I have a question for you, actually.
Okay.
If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound?
Yes.
Okay. Anyways,
Right.
what do you got?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got my college degree already. I guess unlike some of the folks playing in this one who are working on their degree. But that is one of the first things you learn is, yes, contact does make sound, especially a large object like a tree. So there you go. Were you hoping for something else? A different answer from that?
Nope.
Where are you going with that?
Nope. Nowhere.
Okay.
Just wanted to know. Just wanted to know what you thought.
It is 9:34 on the East Coast. It is only gonna get
On a
down to-
Friday night, asking you about how if trees make sounds in the woods. Okay, but Popgun, another thing I had to have. Did you have a second to look at this tool that the CCA has put together with all of their stats over the seasons?
I didn't even have a second to see if my camera's working. So no, I
Oh.
don't even. What are you talking?
Well, listen, let me tell you something. This tool is insane. Just I don't even know how to describe it. It has all these different tabs. I'm about to actually just link it to you right now.
Link it to me? What did you?
Yeah,
can
in
you link it to
Discord.
Chat? Can chat get in on this action, or is this a?
Yeah.
It is public.
Yeah, it's a
okay.
public thing that folks can use. Which I'm wondering. Okay, can I just paste it? Okay. Oh, it's a ugly link. Can someone post a better link? I'm sorry.
Nope. Too late. Too late. We gotta post the ugly one right there. Okay. So 2 things. First off, this is a best of 3 set that you're seeing. So Penn State is already halfway to victory to move it on. This is a top 16 bracket. The other thing is, unfortunately, Kariki let me know in chat that that triple brush. Oh my lord! What is this? What is this? Okay, one team is literally using nothing but splatter shot. So that is 4 Zookas. They've gone full troll mode over here, and apparently that is a normal thing. So be it. On the side of what is that? The big swig roller? Did I see from the Titans as well with a double roller brush splatter shot? This is Division 1.
What else can you say about that? But you know, could this be a prequel for Proving Grounds coming up soon?
No,
with it being Splat Zones having a
it's actually not
going on. You really don't want to say it ain't so, but you never know until it happens. PSU
Okay.
Blue following up now. They have 90 seconds left, 90 unit points, if you will. Another Zuka online. Who would have thought?
So this is so low ink is what we typically look at here when do commentary, and I'm used to seeing some things that are a little bit unconventional. So I gotta in my head try to figure out how this works. For Penn State, obviously it is full Zuka nonsense. One of the most broken specials ever to exist in competitive Splatoon. Well, we got 4 of them, along with 4 suction bombs going up there. I like the different variants that they have, making sure all 3 are on display, but it's all the same. For the side of the Titans, though, I mean, you're just going to have to try to take advantage. You're not going to have a lot of paint to work with. That's kind of the problem there. You want your rollers to be able to shark and move around and start attacking things, but there's no way they're going to outpaint this kind of comp that's coming. I think that's kind of going to be the difference right here is Penn State's just starting to push up, starting to use the, I can't believe it, the range advantage that they might have in this scenario. And Penn State moves on. Oh my goodness. That was a set.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what to say other than that. Then shout out to Tryzuka for the pals of PSU Blue. But the thing is, PSU Blue has been playing in CCA format style things since Season 2. There's already been 5 seasons of CCA nonsense going on out and about. I see your hand. Your head is in your hand. Not hands. Hand. The whole face. But Titans of Alterna is really new to the circuit format. They've only been here since qualifier number 1, this being qualifier number 3. So I feel PSU Blue kind of has a little bit more experience in knowing what type of competition is going to be coming up in this sort of format.
I have a question, both for you and our producer Vapor, who I'm assuming the chat can't hear. So whoever can answer this. I'm assuming Kraken has some sort of influence within the Penn State Blue team. Is that fair to say, or still had some partially? That gives me everything I need to know. I now understand everything that I just saw. So, Penn State is moving on, and I believe that it was one of the later sets to get started. So I think all of round 2 is already set. Yes. So Penn State's going to be moving on. They're going to be taking on the University of South Florida Splatoon Gold team. South Florida being the team, the school that just got hit by the hurricane. South Florida is actually in Tampa Bay, so it's good to see that they're still up and running right there. I don't know what match we're going to be going to next, but you got Houston, you got George Mason, you got Central Florida, you got VCU, and then I guess a couple other schools that we're going to have to figure out along the way. But we're down to the top 8, and well, it can only get more meta from here, I'm assuming. I'm not complaining about the comps the other teams are using, by the way. It's just more... It's just not emotionally or mentally prepared for what I just saw.
Yeah, and Popgun, I'd like to actually return to something that you said about the hurricane going in Florida. There's I personally have folks that I know that are deploying to help in disaster relief to help down in Florida. So... shout out to those of you that are kind of helping your fellow neighbor with what has been going on. It's been a really scary time to our friends down in the southeast. A lot of Appalachia got hit, and a lot of people were really heavily impacted. So whatever you can do to try to, I think, maybe reach out to anybody that's over there or folks that can help out with resources. Like, it's a really critical time. And I just wanted to say, like, it's a really scary time, and like the fact that we have some folks from Florida playing with us here today is really cool. So with us moving on, this is kind of ironic actually. Big Fat Sea Cows, Old Bay Brigade, Old Bay being my favorite spice actually to be putting on my seafood. Popgun, are you a seafood connoisseur yourself?
I have a seafood allergy. Not a seafood allergy, a shellfish allergy. So shrimp is off the table. Now at Riptide, there is this place called, I think it's called Off the Shore. I forget what the exact name of it, but they have some really good seafood. Got some walleye there, along with some really good mashed potatoes. So I will eat some seafood. But what spice did you say?
Old
just
Bay
made up?
Brigade, who,
Old
oh,
Bay?
sorry, it's over here. Old Bay is a, it's not a spice, if you will, but it is like a mixture of, okay, I guess you have to call it spice. What else would you call, like, different powdery things you want to season your food with? A seasoning. Oh, there it is. I'm glad we could figure that out together. Thank you for your help with that one.
But spice is not a seasoning?
No,
Or
it is.
seasoning is a spice.
I would say both are true.
Is salt... What is salt? Is salt a spice, technically, by definition? Or
I
is it
feel
just
like
a mineral
salt-
or something? I don't know.
Salt is a mineral. I don't know. Can the folks in college tell us? Maybe is anybody in geology 101? Can you
that's
tell
going
us?
on. What set are we commentating next? We are commentating the Big Fat Sea Cow. Oh, was that why you were bringing it up? Did you know that, Saf, or did you just now figure that?
I did know that. I have to tell you.
It's above
I
our
did
heads
know
on
that.
stream. Well, I wasn't paying attention to stream. I don't know what I was doing. But yeah, okay, so the Old Bay Brigade. What university is Old Bay representing? Or are they just kind of representing themselves here? Let's see, they got Fell as the captain. The Big Fat Sea Cows, is this the same exact roster? I see Neptune is not on it, but Minnie is still there. So this is...
And
seems to
Big
be
Fat Sea Cow's placed where? And not, I don't know. Does Ludi matter now?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah, no. When did Looney Divs came out in like June? And
Okay.
we're almost through October. So no, Looney Divs don't count. So mini
Okay.
tangent. If you were to say like, oh gosh, no, it's not going to be a mini tangent. I'm going to go on a long thing. But no, Looney Divs are not relevant anymore.
Okay.
Which is also the cool thing about this format, right? Because you can play your way into a certain division based off the qualifiers, and they're constantly changing. It's a unique format they have going on here. But Big Fat Sea Cows, regardless of what div you slap onto them, they actually got something pretty good going here with how well they've been playing since they got banned from Low Inc. And if I am that Nautilus, I am not happy to see that Bamboo on the other side.
Yeah, okay, I had to think to myself for a second. I was like, bamboo, all I'm seeing is a pencil, but then I just had to lean over and see Big Fat Sea Cows, and okay, I gotcha now. Kind of fun that they're using a bucket as their cooler weapon, and they're also using the headed, so I believe that means that that's a double cooler.
Yeah, they're
composition?
going full... they're going full try-hard mode. They got the double cooler action going on.
Okay, well... That's fun. I know that I guess Ludi divs don't count as you said, but in conversion rate for those following along at home, and maybe if you care about where Ludi divs are at to Div 1 CCA, these folks from Big Fat Sea Cows were in Div 5 of Ludi, going against Old Bay Brigade. 3 members down on Old Bay Brigade. Minnie following up on the tower here, sailing away onto the first checkpoint, with lead being taken at that and already collapsing in on the bats.
So with the roller there, I wonder, is that Flabber, the FL? It is. Okay, so that is a player who used to main Flingza, like back in Splatoon 2. So they're still using roller to some extent, just not the missile one that we're using in Splatoon 3. But as right now, we're seeing the Brigade starting to push up. Oh no, this is the Sea Cows they're doing the damage right here. That's the second checkpoint that they're able to clear. Razor trying to stay alive up top here. If they get splatted, that's going to be an issue. They got splatted. Now it's going to be an issue. Unless it's not. The Flabber is just a little bit different. They're really experienced with that roller. Able just to keep alive and get a few more splats right here. But still not looking good for the Brigade.
Yeah, I mean, Big Fat Sea Cows is just doing their best to hold the tower in position in front of this last checkpoint here. Not much really left to close the gap for Big Fat Sea Cows. You can see Old Bay Brigade, but 2 of them getting kind of caught out by this killer whale, and what much else is the crab tank going to do? You have 2 folks following up to push forward here, and jumps coming in, but that is 2 members on Big Fat Sea Cows going down, having to kind of back up into the midsection here, throwing a couple bombs out, getting a cooler out, maybe going to see if they can reassess how they want to enter in on the platform here. However, Old Bay Brigade really quick to get some ink down on the field.
Well, where are they going to go? Like, they're all 4 boxed in. into their own side of the map. Big Fat Sea Cows just own everything right now. They had to use a crab just to get one of those splats on the player, but they lose one of their own in the process. By the way, the Big Fat Sea Cows are basically playing a 12v8 at this point because they got double cooler. Yeah, you got a splat. You had to use a crab to do it, and that player instantly came back, so who really cares? So Old Brigade, they're going to have to find ways to start pushing up. They're going to have to find ways to get rid of the slosher and the tri-slosher and the edit before they can get things going. And right now, there's just no feasible way for them to get all the splats necessary to even get out of their own base.
Yeah, and especially if you have help from Minnie, too. Like, Minnie's kind of been playing closer to the headed player to help them kind of defend a little bit more and poke for them as well. But, I mean, now you can see that FL is going to take matters into their own hands, be a little bit more forward on the offense coming from Old Bay Brigade, finally back in the mid zone and with a cooler of their own. Okay, so this is where we're finally going to get things cooking. A minute and some change left to go. Have to keep an eye out for Silflux coming up on the left-hand side here. I don't know if Miku and Razor know what's going on. They're finally getting called out. The stamp's going to come out. The crab, unfortunately, still going to be used to its full extent. Not sure if it really found much value now. But still, Big Fat Sea Cows holding so much paint power in mid.
So they knew the wiper was behind them. The problem is the tri-slosher was also on the ledge right there. So they were kind of pointing a pincer onto the tower and forcing all the attention for the brigade to split things out. Ultimately, they do find a way to clear this first checkpoint. The problem is it just took them so long to do so. They got 40 seconds left to go. They have 2 more checkpoints they need to clear, but they're in a great position to do that now that they got the crab up here on the bats area. They got Flabber starting to push up, who instantly gets eliminated, though. A lot of room to work with if you're the Sea Cows. Coming in onto this final checkpoint, 20 seconds left to go. 2 players down, make that 3. It's just Miku Plush who gets bombarded with 4 players bashing them on the head, sending them back to spawn. A great push by the brigade, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and I don't think the brigade that's not where you would want the push to fall. Obviously, you'd want it to get close enough to the lead, but you would want to at least have 2 or to 1 player left alive for a jump to go in there. But still, the brigade's going to try to turn it around. They're following up. Now we're in overtime. Sylph getting taken out is going to be a huge pick, but with the killer whale, with the displacement power that it has, there's nobody there to really follow up, but that's 2 members of Old Bay Brigade going down. The Bamboo is just fighting for their life over on the platform there, but unfortunately, enough ink to be had for Big Fat Sea Cows. That is game 1.
So the brigade had such a high mountain that they had to climb back up to get back into that one. They finally found a way to break out of their own spawn, but it took them 4 minutes to even get to that point. Map control dominated. Time of possession dominated by the Big Fat Sea Cows. They're just being gluttons in mid, not giving up control of it. Now, when the brigade finally broke out, it looked like they were in a really good position to try to find ways to get back on. They were getting the snowball rolling. They were capturing key spaces they needed. Just couldn't stay alive quite long enough because they had just had so far down to go. But the problem is, yeah, if you're the brigade, you look at the end, you're like, I'm not happy we won, but I'm happy we got better over the course of the game. But the problem is the Sea Cows dominating control of mid for such an extended period of time. If they don't find a solution to that, the set's going to be over.
Yeah, and I think, too, the utilization of the jumps coming from Big Fat Sea Cows made a big difference. It didn't seem like Old Bay Brigade had enough time to keep at least one person somewhere hidden, especially with FL. Like, I feel once that Old Bay Brigade was able to actually make an opening, it was cause for concern for FL to try to move forward and open up even just a little bit more, for Miku to get comfortable on the tower, for the Nautilus actually to push forward as well. So it's unfortunate, but with Big Fat Sea Cows, and especially I feel this comp too is very interesting, and with the Bamboo as well. However, it seemed like the killer whale as a displacement tool was like a really key factor in stopping the offense.
Well, I think the Bamboo, you just kind of got to roll with the kits that they gave you. Unfortunate side effect of a lot of the weapons that you had to use. I don't think the Nautilus is super thrilled they have to use point sensor and rain, but I mean, you want to use Nautilus, you're going to have to just kind of bite the bullet with some of those things. But yeah, if you're going to use the Bamboo and you're going to use you're stuck with the killer whale. The other one's got chumps, right? So I think you have no choice but to use the killer whale, essentially. Might as well just use it figure out how to get the most value out of it and move forward with that.
Yeah.
So game 2 is coming up here. Now, the last time I asked the question, our producer Vapor was like, "It's right above your head, dummy." So, but I don't know what the next game is, and I don't see it anywhere up on the screen.
It's
okay.
Rainmaker on Vanta Maria. We're using the
thanks.
strike system.
Thanks, Saf. Now I know it's Rainmaker. And
You're welcome. I told you that. You did not read it. I can tell the future.
Well, Scott, what is this? What is this? We got a bathtub. We got FL, who I keep calling Flabber. We'll call them FL because that's what their IGN is for. Call them the Sploosh. We got the Splashdown Nautilus coming out here. The Sploosh is instantly eliminated, but Feld been playing pretty decently on that the last Nautilus though. But yeah, what is this?
I think if you want to have fun with it, you gotta just really lean into the fun. So Old Bay Brigade is really leaning into the fun with having a sploosh on their side. I feel that FL was doing pretty good in terms of aggressiveness, so why not cut their range just a little bit more to give them that much more of an edge and a challenge? And especially because even with a really slim lead as it is, Old Bay Brigade is still 1 point ahead.
Well, Sploosh traditionally pretty... it's a very niche pick for Rainmaker, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that you would see it for a Rainmaker, though. The way the hammer kind of uses is kind of similar to what the Sploosh 7 was back in Splatoon 2, when that Sploosh was very popular with Rainmaker. There's a wipeout from the side of the Sea Cow, so they're going to be pushing this Rainmaker way up right here. The problem is the Brigade is going to have to be very heavy on the defense right here. That means pretty much just keeping the blob alive, just keep attacking that Rainmaker shield, but you're going to run out of ink at some point. But keeping that blob alive is going to be key right here to shutting down this push, allowing everybody else to kind of build up some specials. The Rainmaker starting to run away, gets stopped by Fell, and I believe that should do it. Yeah, one more player jumping out, so 37... pretty good on this map. I don't know how that wiper managed to get in there, but they swatted that fly very quickly. Brigade in a hole yet again.
In an alternate universe, I couldn't even imagine the type of destruction that Sylph could have caused if that jump had not been called out, but not the timeline that we're in, unfortunately. So Old Bay Brigade having Rainmaker in possession with 2 members going down, though sadly that's Razor also going down with 3, and actually making it a delayed, that's Fell taking up the top area in the grates there. Consistently also finding success against the headed player as well, coming from Big Fat Sea Cows, but this is where they're finally going to give Big Fat Sea Cows a run for their money, even with Killer Whale and other specials coming out to try and to degrade the members of Old Bay Brigade and keeping them away. However, not deterring them from the aggression. 30 points remaining for Old Bay Brigade.
Yeah, getting down there. I would love to see that Rainmaker kind of fall if I'm the Brigade, but you got a lot of popping power and you got a lot of speed too. If FL can just kind of throw a curling bomb right on the path, you can just kind of grab it and make a dive for it. They still don't find a way to make a land, but they do get more points off of it as well. Toto trying to stay alive up top there, but finally the hammer is activated, popping the Rainmaker yet again. The Sea Cows is having a lot of difficulty getting control of the Rainmaker. They keep stopping it, but they can't eliminate everybody else behind that shield. Fell doing a good job of staying alive. Mini can't really advance anywhere here, so it was just a matter of time. The Brigade just keeps winning fights up here.
Yeah, but I feel that Mini using that Killer Whale was a really key play in trying to stop the aggression coming from Old Bay Brigade. Finally, the street is cleared. Fox picking up the Rainmaker, opting not for the reset, which is pretty interesting. Not too many points to try to clear with 1.5 minutes left to go to try to make a change for Big Fat Sea Cows. You got to be cautious, though, of what Miku Plush is cooking up with that blob, though. It really shows that it's kind of hard to get up on the grate section there, which definitely is a more useful place for the Nautilus to be for Fell. So I think that having Miku covering them there is going to be really important. But still, the onslaught coming from Big Fat Sea Cows, major picks being made in the street section here. This is where the tide will change.
Razor being the last player left alive with a hell of a play right there. Is it going to be enough to hold on to the lead? It looks like yes. Oh, I was about to say a little bit of a misplay from the Brigade, not backing up soon enough. They were in the kind of right positions, but they were starting to get attacked, especially with that Tri-Slosher, and they needed to retreat, and they got caught, but it was just the last player left alive, sharking expertly along the wall. That's why you get that huge lead, and you know where the Rainmaker needs to go. When you know they have to make that jump to get the lead, that allows you to kind of shark on that wall and not overextend and not really commit to making a mistake. Great defense by the Brigade, and now 10 seconds, one more chance for the Sea Cows.
The chance that they're finally going to take Cooler online and Specials are going to deploy. 2 of them being online. We want to save that Cooler for when the other one runs out. Huge pick, though, coming out on the Viper player. That's Sylph going down on Big Fat Sea Cows. 3 Specials ready to deploy on Old Bay Brigade. The defensive power. Can they run it back one more time now that we are in overtime? That's Razor finally in the Crab Tank. They're trying to get any sort of picking damage that they can, and it was just enough. The Rainmaker going down right behind the wall there. That is Old Bay Brigade throwing the punch back, taking us game 3.
I love the fact that the Brigade was able to get that win without using soda. That's extremely impressive. What's even more impressive is the fact that their winning push lasted for so long. They got splatted a lot during that push, but they kept finding ways to get into safe spots, using their comp that was really good built to pop the Rainmaker. They were able to keep it into their color, and they were able to survive long enough for their players without soda to jump back in, and they were able to just keep moving forward inch by inch at a time, keep adding on slowly to the lead, which allowed them to change how they were able to play defense. So when they had just one player left alive, all I got to do is shark this wall. I can shut it down and take care of business from there. Nicely done by the Brigade, making use of their unorthodox comp that they're using, but when they all work in unison, it makes sense.
I think that, this was recipe for disaster for Old Bay Brigade, because I think with having 2, especially with bringing the Sploosh into play and having the Splash to follow up and taking the high points with the Crab Tank, consistently with having so many people going down and taking those fights in the street where Old Bay Brigade was able to make their lead, it seemed like they could fight in close quarters. They could do close combat way better than the Big Fat Sea Cows. Big Fat Sea Cows have to rely a little bit more at playing on max range, and it's harder to do in the street area, and especially when you need to move fast with a mode like Rainmaker. So I think that was meant for Old Bay Brigade, but it's not to say that Big Fat Sea Cows didn't try to do some work, because they did have to try to throw 2 strong punches to try to get the lead back, but still Old Bay Brigade able to pull it out. So I think they're able to strike 2 maps down for this final game, and I think the final one that they are choosing is Tower Control on Mako Mart. So we're playing Tower again. We decided to strike Splat Zones and Clam Blitz out of the mix.
On the opposite side of the bracket here, George Mason won, as well as Central Florida. So those 2 teams will be playing in the round of 4, or semifinals, I guess. The winner of this one still isn't determined who they're going to play, because the opposite set, South Florida and Penn State, are locked at a 1-1 set apiece as well. Remember, this is best of 3, so some exciting action to come down, as this is a tournament set points. One team's going to be moving on here at the grocery store. The other one gets the pleasure of watching the rest of the tournament on stream. It's going to be the team that loses here. We are going back to the Roller Nautilus comp. Machine coming out this time from Toto, so they're only going to have 1 soda this time around, not using the Tri Nouveau.
Well, I hope you brought your coupons, Pop Gun, because there's a big sale going down, and it is the 3rd in line of this best of 3. So look at Sylph already pushing in the right. Look at that.
You did not stick the landing on that. No points there.
No points there. What are you talking about? I think you're just bitter.
I could be. I definitely am. I've seen some silly stuff go on stream so far today. And the Sea Cows, well, they're doing what they've been doing so far. Let's get the early lead. Let's see how far they can get.
Well, I think already popping that first checkpoint, they're looking to try to pop the second. All 4 players, though, getting bunched up on that right-hand side for Old Bay Brigade with the Booyah Bomb. You don't really want to see that go down. So to the 44 mark at Big Fat Sea Cows, and still following up with the stamp going around the back side there. You don't really want to jump down right away if you're Old Bay Brigade trying to respawn back in. So still, Big Fat Sea Cow's kind of cascading this all the way down.
If they can clear the... if I could stop going through puberty at the age of 34, that'd be great. Okay, cool. So
Bitter.
they do clear that second checkpoint. That is not good for the Brigade. That's really good for the Sea Cows, though. And they also got 2 more players down. Makes that 3 as the right side area has been cleared out. They're in a great position combined with this Booyah Bomb to get across this third checkpoint. Can Razor, the hero from Game 2, can they try to keep this set going a little bit more? They get 1 splat onto the tower. Now it's going to have to find a way to back up a little bit more and attack. They're one of the few players left alive. It's not enough. Even though the bodies do explode on the tower, the Big Fat Sea Cows do exactly what they did in Game 1, which is dominate on tower control, this time getting the KO and moving on.
So I'm not so sure about the standing with Old Bay Brigade, but I do know that Big Fat Sea Cows has been pretty established as a group for quite some time now, and especially shout out to Neptune, who was commentating over on the Splatoon tourney channel earlier this evening, not playing with the Cows this evening, but still a member of that group though. So really good looking for Big Fat Sea Cows. Moving on to the top 4, you also have GMU Patriots and UCF Knights moving on to the top 4. So still waiting on the decision, I think, from that UCF Splatoon Gold and PSU Blue game.
South Florida
Maybe.
just won.
South Florida just won? Okay.
So,
interesting. Okay. PSU Blue is like number 2 in this division, so that's an interesting upset.
Well, maybe it's an upset, but I've looked at the roster for South Florida, and it has Haya on it. Haya, former Destiny Troop member. So I'm not necessarily... I don't know the rest of the players, but that doesn't surprise me. Haya might be one of the best, if not the best players in this circuit.
They play Sword, yeah?
Yes. Used to be a Splash main. I used to always have to yell at him to use his special in Splatoon 2, but yes, has been doing some Sword shenanigans. They'll have to... I'm assuming we're going to George Mason in Central Florida. 2 teams we haven't seen so far yet in this bracket, so who knows if South Florida... I think VCU probably the best individual team. Actually, no, Central Florida... The Night Sharks, is that what they used to go by when they played in low ink?
Oh,
They were a really good low ink team back in the day as well. Like at this point, like these are all kind of really good established. Well, actually, I don't know much about George Mason's team as far as they're playing in Splatoon is concerned.
where is that?
Where's George Mason?
Yeah, where's...
It's in Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah. There was like 2004, 2005, their school made the Final Four in basketball. And that's like the first and probably last time anybody knew anything about George Mason other than the people who actually went there.
I don't know anything you're talking about.
Well, you do now.
Okay. Thank you.
What do you know about Central Florida?
What do I know about Central Florida? I know virtually nothing.
It's in the central of Florida.
That is, I think, all I can tell you.
Well,
I do really like the East Coast representation, though, in this top 4 Division 1 bracket. It's kind of fun.
Well, yeah, it's usually just like East Coast and then like all of California. That seems to be, well, I mean, there's a whole heck of a lot more than that going on. But the reason these East Coast teams are doing well is because it's getting late. It's 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, and there's more urgency for them to get the tournament over with. So they're playing at a much higher rate to get things done quickly and move on.
Yeah, that's, I mean, fair enough. For Friday
Versus
night...
these lazy West Coast teams, obviously.
Lazy
West Coast
teams. Now. Where is that coming from? What's your vendetta? Who hurt you?
I'm just looking. The bracket don't lie.
The bracket don't lie. It seems like there's more to be said. But wow, actually, if you do look at our bracket, do you see that how it's like so? It's so 2-0.
Well, I mean, it's best of 3. Yeah.
I know, but like, it's just, I don't know. It looks nice. It's very uniform.
Yeah, it does. It does look nice. Those look pretty good. Actually, this is 2 Virginia schools versus 2 2 Florida schools. If you want to break it down more into that,
Versus 2 South Florida schools?
or 2 Florida schools in general.
Okay. I think, hasn't Splatoon Gold played in CCA for a really long time?
However you define really long time.
Well, like, just multiple seasons, I suppose. If that's how I would define a really long time.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking, bringing it up.
Okay.
Did you go to university?
I did go to university.
What-
My university, though, did not have a team, and I don't believe it does, but the closest university to me now does, and they are very active. Shout out Husky, Splatoon, Splatsville Knights.
Husky Splatoon, what? Washington?
Yeah, University of Washington.
There you go. Okay.
Shout out
Nice.
to you.
Western Kentucky University. TOPS Tops.
Tops.
Does not
So
have a Splatoon team.
my school was not University of Washington though. That's just the one that I live closest to now.
Fair
But
enough.
they got a big scene though. They actually come and support us at Sea Battle quite a bit and play at Sea Battle quite a lot, which is really cool.
That is cool. Did you get side note? As I guess we're just kind of stalling. waiting
Ooh,
for those
sidebar.
snacks at the start. Did you? Well, never mind. There's a voice in my head just told me we have 5 seconds, and they told me that like 4 seconds ago. So I
Well,
think we
put it
got
up.
1
Yeah, put a
second.
pin in it.
Yep, there we go.
That's fine.
Time
Put a pin in it.
works
We'll get back to it.
efficiently. And we are going on. This is still best of 3. George Mason taking on Central Florida Splat Zones at Mahi Resort. And I hope you brushed your teeth because Ego just brought a toothbrush.
I haven't brushed my teeth since this morning, but thank you for checking in.
I was like, how long is that since? Since the Clinton administration? Like, how long? Okay, there we go. Since this morning. Fair enough. That's a fair amount of time.
Yeah, never fear.
Peace coming out with a blaster. That's got to be the least peaceful weapon you can pick. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, explosions across the board coming out for UCF Knights. 2 members down for GMU Patriots. That's Lexi actually throwing out those tri-strikes. An opening to be had and getting a pick at that. That's Ego and Vice going down. Finally, the Patriots taking at the zone for themselves. A couple bombs being thrown up too. Trying to cover all of their bases in the front of the zone.
By the way, both these schools their mascot is the actual school's mascot. Like, are both these schools like actually endorsed and sponsored by the university, or did they just take it over and nobody, like the president, just never paid attention? Either way, George Mason has control of the lead. The zone the whole map is going to lower down, so we're going to play actual Splatoon at this point. Lego, my ego, as Nexy Wexy just sends them back to their spawn, says, okay, I'll let you go back there. But Peace somehow jumping in behind all of them. Is that a stealth jump by Ego? I don't think it was, or if it is, they were aware of it, but still able to get a nice splat on top of it. And while all this is going on, the Patriots don't really seem to care because none of it is happening near the zone, so it's just going to keep racking up points for them.
Yeah, it seems like most of the stress coming from UCF Knights, especially with single digits left, that is going to be GMU Patriots all the way down for game 1.
What happened? No. They got control. Look at that.
No.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's pretty. Oh, that's questionable.
No,
Well,
who are the TOs of this event? If I am the Central Florida, I'm filing a protest because that should have been at least stalled out. I thought legit they were going to get it. I mean, on the flip side, it's like, okay, maybe if you don't take all these fights so far away and keep jumping in repeatedly into this one spot by yourself, maybe Central Florida doesn't have to get into this awkward situation to where they somehow don't cap it at the end. But regardless of that, the referees missed that one. That should have at least stalled out.
the referees being the game missed that one, the game deciding thing. So, okay. Oh, look at the 0.
Actually,
Yeah.
no. Looking at the replay, the
Yeah.
tape comes out like half a frame before it does that little like highlight in the middle of the zone that says like
Well,
things.
very
pause.
close. Very
It's
close.
Very close. We're put same frame by frame, so close. You can't get any closer than that. Shout out to Tech C, Tez minus C.
The C.
For just hitting the R button and putting paint on the ground enough to cause things out. We're actually going frame. Oh, that should have been that. Look at that.
No,
That is the signal.
Oh!
There are no banners, but it does say 0 remaining up on the scoreboard.
I know, but even look at the top though. Look at the splat zone in the middle of the screen, like between the two scores. It's even just a little tiny bit more blue.
That is, I don't think you can get any closer than that.
Oh my gosh.
We're gonna have to frame count that later. So
Yeah.
so officially, I am getting word from the TOs that is gonna be 0-0 because that game was clearly busted. We are gonna be replaying that one. That is the official word from the TOs that they could DM'd me that personally. They didn't tell anybody else, so
that's just your average poppy gun spreading false information. I checked.
Wow. Average?
Average.
Like I do that typically? Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's kind of your typical, your normal. I like, you know what? I've been meaning to tell you this for a while. I like your Beware RAR plushie behind you.
My Beware? Oh, Stuffle?
Yeah, stuff. Oh,
We'll
yeah,
get back
see?
to that because we have let's see here. We got the toothbrush coming back out. We got Vice on the Nautilus. Vice, that sounds like a name. I feel like I've seen Vice, maybe not seen Vice, but I feel like Vice has been a part of some Splatoon lands before. I want to say they played it at LTC. I could be completely wrong, but that's just the first thing. Tysplosion, that is a choice of an IGN to be using at this time of the circle of planet Earth. But regardless, 30 seconds in, we were playing Clam Blitz at Umami. And Jal Dizzy over here kind of working with Peace to try to make some
wait, did you
not
say
so
yo
peaceful things.
mommy? You mommy?
Your mommy.
Oh my god.
No, I didn't say your mommy. I said you mommy.
Okay, I thought you said. Anyways, look at Ego. Look at Ego. So many clams. Oh, the throw coming just a little bit too late. They were positioned well with that bubble there, but I guess with the clam throw, that you could tell the communication might have been a little bit off. GMU Patriots were able to break back in, having good control of the mid. However, UFC Knight's economy on their side with 9 clams in their pockets, including a power clam to boot. So I look at Typhlosion, though, trying to take a fight with Ego on the side, being the victor, too, and actually providing a lot more pressure with the wall as well. No score to be had, though. Still plenty of time left.
Only one power clam online for the Patriots right now, as there's not really a lot of resources they have. Clam Blitz is, okay, you got to have map control, then you got to have the clams, and then you got to start pushing up with all the specials at the right time. But on the flip side, if you just get more splats than the enemy team, typically you're going to get all those other things you need to get a push going anyway. So if you can't get a few things, the best thing you have is just make sure you're grouping up with your teammates, stay alive, and find ways to slowly whip your way back in. So we've just been stuck in this awkward kind of tug-of-war situation right now. But it looks like maybe the Patriots have some things lined up into their favor right at this point. So with the third evolution of Cyndaquil leading the way, the Patriots are going to get to the basket first.
It's like it's taboo. I guess if you've been on the internet circles, if you know, you know.
We don't need to expand on this. We can just keep talking about Splatoon. We don't have to.
I just like the way I like that you're talking in code. It feels like you're talking in code.
2:20 left to go in the game. The Patriots get to 68 remaining on their opening push. That might be enough to get the lead, honestly, with how they're playing defensively.
Yeah, it might be enough to hold on to. 2 members of USCF Knights are now down, with Tassi with the pencil trying to follow up. You're making a lot of space for Demolot to get pushed up here, and with Typhlosion as well going to try to help out in the fight. That's 2 different members. Wow, 2 members going down in the midsection for UCF Knights. They got to do something here if they want to try to change the narrative.
That is a correct statement. They do need to do something. But they don't have to do something right this second. They got time to work with. Again, what you don't want to be doing is getting splatted right here. And well, easier said than done when there's a Kraken and tri-strikes, everything getting thrown at you. But good enough. Okay, so it looked like as the Krakens came into their base, they said, okay, the heck with this. We're just going to go start attacking the people who have the power clamps. We're going to be rushing into mid. So I like that play by the Knights of displacing and moving towards where the scoring threat is coming from instead of just trying to defend the area where the score is eventually going to be. The problem, though, is now how do you follow up with that? And the answer is, well, eventually you lose enough fights and then the enemy team pops your basket yet again.
Well, Ego literally tried to throw him fresh from the toaster, but it wasn't quite enough, so the Patriots now popping basket again down to the 41 mark. Still, though, not too much follow-up to be had on that one, so Dizzy and Ego here to follow up again in the midsection, with Tassi to follow up with a power climb of their own. It kind of seems like that Patriots are playing the slow game, and then when it really counts, if the Knights get a little too aggressive, they have a really strong defense, so if they're able to break it through, they'll go in and score some points. But if they're not, they're going to hold it close. They're going to clutch their pearls. So I think GMU Patriots really has a good, flexible balance of how they're playing this game out.
I think we're done here, honestly. Well, they're going to get overtime because Vice does have a power clam. But, I mean, the defense by the Patriots, they're just not making mistakes. Is the thing. And I say that, but now they just got 2 players decapitated by a toothbrush of all things. Demo Law, though, doing a great job of backing up along with their other teammates, saying, okay, 2 players are hitting the floor. Let's make sure we stay alive. Let's make sure we're still in a position to slow things down for the rest of our teammates to come back in. Then we'll get the wipeout. Oh, we missed an opportunity to get the drip pick. They all posed and lined up for it and everything, but unfortunate. I guess
and
we'll
you can
just
tell
have to settle for a place in grand finals.
Well, you could tell too, like the blaster player from the Knights was also like that jump was kind of too little, too late, resulting in the wipeout. So that's that, I guess, for the UCF Knights. Thank you for playing. So GMU Patriots moving on to grand finals, but who else is going on to grand finals in the bracket? Do we have other results at this point?
So we have VCU is up 1-0 over South Florida. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. South Florida was down 1-0 to Penn State before they pulled off the reverse sweep, which I guess technically isn't. Well, I mean, technically is the thing in best of 3, but who cares? So South Florida looking like they're gonna have to dig their way out of a hole yet again. But VCU, the experience, the team that's got all of the all of the tangibles and the tangerines that you're kind of looking for to be a team like this. They're looking pretty much like they might have a date with the Patriots coming up. Okay, now what were you saying about my Pokemon back here, Stuffle?
Stuffle, that's their name. What's the second evolution name? Isn't it Bewar? You don't know? Well, I like Stuffle.
Okay, so I got Sword and Shield when that game came out, and that was the first Pokemon Gen I played since Gen 2.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I'm on the older side, but I could, in that first little open field area or whatever was this thing, and I was like, wow, that's a good looking Pokemon. And my friends was like, oh, I sent me one as just kind of thing. So it's like, okay, cool, I'll just put Stuffle back there. I didn't evolve it because the teddy bear looking thing is not. It's not it for me. That thing's kind of
Stuffle takes the cake.
five Freddy Nights of Frenzy or whatever for me. But yeah,
FNF mention?
Yeah, it was.
FNF mention?
That was it.
Shout out to Friday Night Frenzy. We miss you.
By the way, there's 90 teams playing in this tournament.
Can you believe that the Collegiate League has so much activity?
No. Honestly,
neither can I. I think it's incredible.
It is by far the most successful thing in the competitive Splatoon scene right now, and it's not getting enough attention. I had So I have somebody DMs me something on a weekly basis, just like an update on the CCA that I read off on the podcast. And there was a week where I just had nothing really to talk about, so I was like, "Hey, could you just send me like Mizuno or DRF to come on the show, just get like an update on CCA?" And I had DRF on, and DRF's like, "We got 6 gazillion teams, and we got sponsors." And I'm like, "What in the world? Like, why are we not? Why is this not a bigger story? Like, there's 90 teams playing in this one. Yeah, and they're spread across 4 different divisions, but still, this is a Friday night." There's 90 teams. That would be the biggest Friday night tournament I could think of.
In a while, at least. Like,
well, no, I can't think of anything to be bigger. Like BNS would never come close. Like, and again, there's 4 different divisions, so like, there's no way you could do like a 90 team standalone tournament. Well, actually, no. I guess the Overlords did some like Turf War tournaments on Fridays.
the
But
Overlords?
those things, yeah, that's what they are. The Overlords.
Who are the Overlords?
Nintendo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a fair term.
Okay.
We
We'll
got
just
paint somewhere.
call them Nintendo.
We could. By the way, with the CCA Circuit action heating up, we're very excited to announce that Ace ROG is a sponsor of the CCA Circuit. Their sport initiative is giving the CCA Circuit prizing support for the top teams for the season, and we are happy to have them join us as our prizing sponsor. You can find out more about their Elite Rewards program by typing !ASUS in Twitch chat. Thank you to Asus ROG for their support of the Collegiate Splatoon scene.
Thank you very, very
Yes.
much. Can you do that? Can you do ASUS in sign language? Do you know sign language?
I do not.
Okay. Do you want to
I'm
learn how to
assuming
do
you
it?
Can.
Yeah, do you want to learn right now? If we were
Sure.
to sign it to folks at home.
Yes.
So A, you have to have your thumb like on the outside of your wrist, so A.
Okay.
And then S is your thumb tucked between.
Okay.
U, having it closed, because V is this.
Okay.
So U. And then S.
Yes. So
Yeah.
okay. So
A,
S
S,
U S.
U, S.
Well, there you go. Now, what's the exclamation point? Because if I were to type that in chat, I would find out more information. How could I sign that?
I don't know if you can. I guess you could just do your arm and a fist.
Okay, so we watch Miss Rachel, which is like this current generation of babies' version of Blue's Clues, like we had when we were kids. And they do a lot of normal songs that you would typically hear. One of them is Skimma Marinka Rinka Dink Skimma Marinka Doo.
I love you.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they also do the sign language for it, which is like this is Skimma Marinka Drinka Dink, and then the opposite side is Skimma Marinka Doo, right?
And then isn't it like I love
Yes.
you?
Yes, yeah, they do that specifically, yeah.
That specifically, those moves.
But it just threw me off that like there's a sign for Skimma Marinka Dinka Dink. Like what? Like how often is that?
I thought it was like is it this or is it like this? Like
It's
like
Skimma
a
Marinka
light
Dinka
bulb.
Dink, and then they switch it around for Skimma Marinka.
Skimmaringadoo. Yeah.
Yes. Which
Yes.
my wife says, well, they do that because Skimma Marinka Do is the opposite. So it's like, okay.
I didn't
don't
know
know.
that. Not a stranger though. Familiar with the skimmarink.
My point
Sphere.
being, if/when any of you end up having children, you're gonna end up watching these horrible things on repeat for seemingly all of eternity. And the first time you see it, you're just like, oh, this is boring. And then the 20th time you see it, you just start analyzing things like, why are they doing that specifically? Like, what are they trying to cook there? It's this slow descent into insanity. I don't know. You brought up sign language. That's what came to my mind. We're stalling, obviously.
Do you what about do you know Theodore Tugboat? Am I ringing a bell?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to Google that.
It's like Thomas the Tank Engine, but they're tugboats.
Oh,
Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
that well, that first aired in 1993, so that should have been something that I was familiar with. Oh no, 1993 in Canada. So no, I know what Thomas the Train Engine is. Yeah, but
Yeah, it's same kind of format that like stop motion type thing. But it's instead of trains, it's tugboats.
yes.
Yeah, and it's
So-
really great. I don't know. It's a very hyper specific childhood memory. I feel like so.
Yeah. So it is the Gun Gale Online version of Sword Art Online,
Yeah.
basically. There we go.
No,
Fair
not
comparison.
even. That was a horrible analogy, and I hope you feel bad for it.
So South Florida has just they tied the score. They're on the scoreboard, much like they did against Penn State, down 0-1. They came on to decide, you know what, let's make it more interesting, and let's punish them for not streaming this set. So we're gonna have a decisive game 3, and the winner of that one is going to be taking on George Mason University at some point on this Friday night. And then when that one's done, that's going to be a best of 5. And when that's done, we're all going to bed. Except for you're out in the West Coast. It's like breakfast time for you, isn't it?
Yes. I eat Brinner. Do you know what Brinner is?
Breakfast / dinner.
Breakfast for dinner. Thank you very
Breakfast
much.
for dinner. You wouldn't call it like brupper?
That's no,
No, why not?
because I don't like that. Brinner is
Well,
better.
okay, that's fine, but you know what I'm saying when I say it. What if I like to use the word brupper? You wouldn't.
It sounds like a burp that's stuck. Brupper.
Speaking of burping. No, we don't want to break. We didn't take a break up to this point. We're just gonna keep chugging right through.
Yeah, we can keep talking about Brinner. Listen. Brinner is a fantastical meal that you could make, and it's nice
Hey.
to have breakfast for dinner.
Not to change the subject. Did you go to Bouillabaisse Bay?
I did not go to Bouillabaisse, and I wish I could have, but
Did you see
tomorrow
how many people
Sunset
went
Surge
to
is
that?
happening.
Sunset Surge is happening? Okay.
It's tomorrow.
I'm assuming that's going to be on the Splatoon Tourney channel.
It will be on the Splatoon Tourney channel. That's 3 locals in a row streamed every Saturday this month on the Splatoon Tourney channel.
That includes Sea Battle, correct? Which you
Includes
did go
Sea
to.
Battle. Yes, I
How
was
was
the
Sea Battle?
broadcaster for Sea Battle.
Well, well, you don't have to be all. Well, the
I do, because it's mine. It's mine. Fusion, Satan, and Tokapa's baby. It's our baby. So yes,
Well, why
I
didn't
do
you
need to
just
be
lead
like
with
that.
Instead, you're just like, oh, I just kind of like broadcasted it. Like, you
No,
could've
'cause
said,
I
I
really-
gave birth to it.
I'm really proud of it. To me, it was really a lot of the legwork I feel was put in by Fusion and Satan, and I'm just glad to be a part of it and help organize.
Out of context, that sounds really bad. Fusion and Satan, you had to sell your soul to get that up and running right there.
Well,
How many
yes.
people were at the Sea Battle?
There were like spectators included, spectators and teams.
Where everybody that was there for Splatoon related activities. So yeah,
If I had to guess / maybe round up, I would say about 60 people.
okay, that's a solid number for a
It's
quote
pretty-
unquote local. That is a large number.
For our third one as well, and it was about the same across the board. The first one was about the same. Our second one was a little bit smaller, but I also think that's just because our venue unfortunately doesn't have as much space, like standing room wise. But it is really nice. We do like it. It's in the middle of downtown Seattle, so you can leave and like go and find other food options. You can go walk around and stretch your legs a little bit. If you don't want to watch Splatoon, which is broadcasted on all of the TVs across the venue, including in the arcade areas and the kitchen area where you can eat there, and the bar for folks that are 21 and older, you can leave and go and find other food options and or activities in between your bracket We just asked players to pay close attention to Discord and start 2G so that they weren't too far away. Wait, in case like their bracket were to start a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's been really nice, and we really were appreciative and happy to see that Booyah Bay had such a good turnout. We really loved their venue too. Super jealous of it actually, because our venue was pretty dark and their venue was very bright and had a lot more. It seemed like a lot more space, and the shape itself was a little bit better. So happy to, but I'm excited to see Sunset Surge on Splatoon Tourney as well. I had the opportunity to go to the Sunset Surge 1-year anniversary in July, and it was really awesome. So Pepe does a really good job.
It's good to see all these West Coast events starting to take off, and yeah, it's a good problem to have when you're filling up all that space. These aren't obviously like the convention halls that the Splatoon majors are known for, so like space is limited, but it's a better problem to have. Oh well, we're running out of space versus well, we can't even fill this one that we get. So like 60, even a generous 60, maybe it's a fantastic number. And you start thinking about the West Coast in particular.
We're starved for a major.
Yeah,
Genesis we want one so bad.
There's no Genesis as far as Splatoon is concerned. I think it's just not financially viable, or just didn't work out the way they wanted to last year. So it's like, okay, well, I don't think you're going to get like a limitless, the sky's the limit as far as how many people can sign up. But you got some of the most successful locals on planet Earth that are happening on the West Coast, not just Sea Battle, not just Booyah Bay, but also Sunset Surge, as you mentioned, taking place tomorrow. I know that's not like out on the Pacific Coast, basically, but still Arizona, Western or Pacific time zone represented.
But the important thing is that people travel for it. People from California travel for it. Folks we had Rice come to Sea Battle. Rice got first in Sea Battle. Rice is the TO, one of the TOs for Booyah Bay, and they came out to Sea Battle and they won it. And like I said, I got to go and visit for Sunset Surge. So the fact that we are close enough to where we can like kind of have some cross-pollination going on is really good. And if we can keep increasing this visibility on the West Coast, we're really hoping that we can really actually solidify some sort of major, whether that be, if we can try to do Genesis again. I don't even know what that looks like. So, I could be talking out my butt. So, don't pitchfork or anything at me. But having an opportunity to get involved with another major, whatever it may be, and wherever it could be on the West Coast would be so huge. So I'm just grateful that the visibility for the West Coast lands especially has just been so high. And the fact that we can visit each other too.
Well, as much as we're hyping up the West Coast, one thing they're not going to have is a Div 1 champion in the third qualifier, because it's going to come down to the state of Virginia. VCU taking on their rivals George Mason. VCU getting the win 2-1 over South Florida. This is going to be a best of 7 set. VCU having to win back-to-back game 3s, first over the Old Bay Brigade and then South Florida. George Mason has yet to lose a single game in the bracket stage. They've been on a mission and they've been taking care of business up to this point. The two Florida schools get to battle it out for the third place match. We're not going to stream it because they're both losers, and we don't put losers on stream, do we?
I was going to say something, but I don't want to now.
Why not? What were you going to say? You already just ran over the Tysplosion thing. What could be worse than that?
What could be worse than that? Oh my god. No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to do it. I won't.
Taking the bait.
I won't do it. Okay, but fine. So basically, the Patriots have kind of just really you just they've been running a tirade on this division pretty much. They haven't really dropped in games until they got into the bracket stage. Finally, now finding themselves in grand finals against Big Fat Sea Cows. But I think Big Fat Sea Cows were maybe looking forward to being in this grand finals spot because they're not strangers to the pressure of it all. So it's anybody's game at my guess, and it's been a while since I've seen a best of 7 in a format too.
Well, I mean, best of 7 just takes forever, which is why this one's going to be a best of 5. So I'm looking GMU. So George Mason actually lost a set in the Swiss stage. Splat-Scad Black Team beat them 2-1.
Wait, I need you to look at this thing. I need you to look at this thing.
Hold on. Before we get to that, I'm looking at George Mason's last results to get to this one. They actually finished the standings at 2-2, so they've lost twice in the Swiss stage, including one of the sets they got swept by the Central Florida team, who they just beat 2-0. So clearly they're just a bracket team and not really a Swiss team, because they've taken a lot of L's, a lot of beating to get to this point. And well, ever since then they flipped the switch, 6-0, undefeated. Now, what do you want me to look at?
I sent a thing. So CCA has done this really incredible thing, and I did also find out that it's public. If you folks in chat want to follow along or take a look, if you don't know about it, I just posted it in the chat. This website has all of the CCA's different statistics, and if you scroll on the bar at the bottom, you can look and review different match points, and if you're a numbers type of person, this website is for you. There could be graphs that you could look at for things. It has the total amount of statistics with games that have been played. It's incredibly interesting. So if you're someone that is more of a numbers person and likes to look at statistics, that you should check out this website. Very cool. It could actually be a really neat thing to see in other future things as well, if that were to happen. So
I don't know. This looks like it requires work.
It does. I would agree with you.
But yeah, this is. I'm just like kind of glancing through this. It does look pretty cool. Cool to say the least. Everything kind of breaking down right there. Some additional notes with this, for the record. UT Dallas won the first qualifier. The Central Florida team, who we just saw lose to George Mason, they won the second qualifier. So they were, I'm assuming they are already qualified to some extent. VCU is the first team to reach the finals twice. So they've been in grand finals before, looking to get the job done this time around.
Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, so there's a little preview to the front of it. So yeah, look at that. You can look at player stats. You can compare players together. If you look and want to compare some teams, you can type them in on the different search bars, which is really cool. You have different win rate percentages on each mode at your discretion. You have different weapons as well. What different players were maybe using at that time with different logos. It's such a unique little portal to really gather different statistics, and I think it actually has some predictionary type qualities as well, which is also pretty fun.
Predictionary type qualities?
Yeah. I said what I said.
So look at this, the stat breakdown. Okay, so we can see this is like their head-to-head results they've had against each other in these specific modes. Wow,
Yeah.
Okay, so that would imply they've only played 3 games of splat zones against each other. Looks like George Mason's just the well, actually no, I'm gonna have to take some time to get the read on this one. So for splat zones, 33.3%. What does that specifically mean? I don't. So it's saying they've won 33% of the zones games they've played against the Sea Cows.
I think in Qualifier 1.
What did that imply that? Okay, so this is the all-time. Okay, because the 30. Okay, so it was saying that George Mason had the higher win percentage, but it was wait, if it's below 50, that wouldn't make sense. But okay, so this is all-time. This is so this gives you kind of a glance of where teams are as far as what their general favorite mode is, or who has an advantage over the other team in a specific mode. So it looks like they're pretty much neutral as far as now this doesn't mean head to head against each other, but just overall pretty neutral in tower control and splat zones. But the Sea Cows might have an advantage statistically in Rainmaker or Clam Blitz if they were to get the opportunity to play those two. So if George Mason could avoid those two modes, probably the analytics would tell you to do that. And by the way, can we just get analytics out of baseball? Like, are we going to reach the point to where we're going to have to say we need to get the numbers out of Splatoon and just let them play with their heart instead of their head? But
Oh, I was gonna say boo, sports reference boo, but then you related it back to Splatoon, so I didn't.
this is a sport. What are you talking about, boo sports? We're commentating.
This is an e-sport. This is an
It's still a
online sport.
It's still a
Electric
How do you define sport?
How do you define sport?
Anything that like you can compete against somebody and you look at it at the end and say this team or person clearly scored more units than the other team did.
So there's always a clear winner. That's sport.
Yes. So in my mind, most of the Olympic events are not sports. So like figure skating, gymnastics, those are not sports. Those gymnastics is not a sport because you cannot truly say that person flipped better than that person. It's just the judging things. Like I think that person flipped better through the air than that other person did. Versus something like Splatoon where it's like that team clearly scored more points in the clam basket than the other team did. If that makes sense.
So so if I were to relate this to food, when a critic says that something is like top tier, 5 stars, Michelin star worthy,
yes,
that's just their opinion. And if you were to try it and you were to be like, this is the worst thing I've ever tasted in my life, is that like a similar analogy then? Because it's like it's
a judging.
It's a judging.
Yes. Now it's pretty. I think it's pretty unanimous whenever this person was way better at gymnastics than the other person. Like most of the time, that stuff's not really controversial. But at the end of the day, it's not. So boxing is the kind of that gray area. If you knock somebody out, you win. But if you don't knock somebody out, then the judges just decide if it was like, oh, that person just beat the crap out of that person better. And it's just like, okay, I'll take your word for it. But
So does the definition in the word for game, does that fall under the umbrella of competition, or can it be under the competition umbrella and its own thing, separate from the umbrella?
No, yeah, if you're playing a game, yes, that's a separate thing in my book.
That's separate than a competition.
A game is me is like me playing against somebody else.
But a competition is like that
game is
too.
a hunting term as well. I think that's.
Well, game is a hunting term, but I'm also talking about it in the sense of like, you and I are going to play Clue, and I'm going to accuse you with the candlestick in the ballroom.
Yes.
And if I win, then you lose. So that's a competition, right?
No, because it's a clear. There was no judging involved. Like you clearly beat me, so that wasn't a contest.
Vapor's
By the
like,
way-
you goons, talk about the map list.
By the way, did both teams just go out for the night? Like, are we playing this set or what? What is going on here? Like, did they have to like handshake to ban every single map in this one? Okay, so we got some things going on up here, but yeah, these two teams, like, they could just walk and talk. How far are these two schools from each other? I'm gonna Google that right now. And
Let's find out the distance.
okay, so maps, Virginia Commonwealth University. And I'm going to travel by canoe, probably. Directions to George, not George Washington. No, George Mason University. Hour and 34 minutes by car. How fast?
So
is it
from university to university.
If I bike, I can get there in just under 11 hours.
Do you bike?
No, but it gives you the option.
Why does that matter?
Because it's an option you can choose.
Ah, okay. What about walking? What if I chose to walk?
39 hours.
39 hours? Wow.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So a flight to Southeast Asia is quicker than me walking between these two universities. Shorter distance though.
Yeah, it's what a yeah.
Think about that.
So, after all that, everything we've just said up to this point, if both teams feel like it, maybe we'll play some competitive Splatoon tonight. I think we're kind of figuring out if they still want to do that or if they just want to maybe play a contest instead. But we're seeing the CCA. What are we doing here? Hey, what? Oh.
Whoa!
Hey, they're picking weapons. Remove it. Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge. This is not the mode statistically that you want to go to if you are George Mason, because the Sea Cows technically have the advantage over you according to the analytics.
I'd like to note that the Sea Cows are subbing in Wyatt for this go-round against the Patriots here this time around. So I think Wyatt being of pretty... Hold on. Sendo Q, my love and my proud friend. What can you tell me? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Wyatt is definitely more of a frontline player. So they're bringing out a little bit more aggression. Probably going to be really supportive of Silflux on their go side. Yeah. I remember now. They play a lot of Trizuka, super aggressive. Got to be watching out for the tag team of Sylph and Wyatt.
Well, Wyatt had the splatter shot badge on their splash tag there. And they're correctly using it right there. By the way, the wiper's dead. Nexy Wexy get the perfect opening and said, what if I just get right behind here and just slosh shots right underneath this wall and got some splats on somebody? Would that work out? The answer is yes. Now having to jump out right now because Minnie is not on the bamboo but is now on the pencil so that they can use the edit with the crab. So this was a popular thing when this the new edit came out, was using pencil with this one. Charger and a Splatling on my comp. That seems like it doesn't make sense, but when you use the crab edit, you can kind of be a little bit more aggressive with the thing. Use it as like a pseudo Nautilus.
Yeah, I like too that they're going to try to transition out the bamboo for the pencil as well. They want a little bit more of painting power, less poke. Maybe, and focusing with the cooler too. They have to be a little bit more forward with the cooler as well, because I believe Big Fat Sea Cows, if I'm not mistaken, was running the double. Was that the double cooler that they were doing earlier? Am I wrong?
You were correct.
I am correct. Okay.
Yeah.
So having to play this a little bit differently without using double cooler, maybe trying to gather a little bit of information before pulling out double cooler to see if it's necessary, and doing that, they're going to actually be the first to pop the basket.
Yeah, can they get below 60, though? They're in a pretty good position to do that. Hammer and crab being popped at the same time. But somebody's going to have to go and get some clams if they want, which it looks like that's exactly what they're doing, and I just wasn't paying attention to it. Down below 50 right now. It looks like to be the end of the push. I love how the Sea Cows ended this push, not by just dogpiling in. Oh, let's try to throw as many clams as possible. No, you got below 50. You threw a suction bomb out of nowhere, and it destroyed a Kraken as it was shriveling up. And that leaves the door wide open for the Sea Cows to get another push going right here. Great position for them.
Yeah, and Fox, too, on the crab tank. A lot of opening power on this bottlenecky spot with the where the basket is located. Sorry, trying to find my words there. Look at Sylph in the corner taking Wexy down with them. Wyatt trying to follow up with the Trizuka, not really finding too much value there. Finding one pick, though, getting just enough space to push forward, and another basket break for the Big Fat Sea Cows with another power clam to follow up, one in their possession. Not making contact with the basket, unfortunately. The tri-strikes are going to be the ones to push the Big Fat Sea Cows out of the basket area, down to the 12 mark. Plenty of time for GMU Patriots to really follow up here, but gotta be a little bit more mindful maybe of where these clam spawns are at if you're gonna make a successful push.
Clam spawns, pretty important when it comes to the mode like this, especially when you're trying to find a way to get back into things, which it looks like the Patriots are going to find a way to do. 3 players going down for the Sea Cows. Tysplosion trying to throw down the ink wall. It's not going to come out in time to save their friend, but the Kraken is going to at least control this little tiny area that the Sea Cows aren't going to be too concerned about.
Not again.
Dogpiling around this left side. Oh, the power clam goes overboard. A desperation move by the Patriots. I don't agree with that jump. There just wasn't anything there. And now you don't have a mercy clam to go with. Still a minute 30 left to go. The Patriots should be happy that they're able to find a way to pop the basket. But getting wiped out like that just turns over all of the control back to the Sea Cows. Yeah,
not only control, but look at that. 20 clams online for big fat sea cows. Plenty of clams and money in the pockets. This economy is booming currently. But for GMU Patriots, 2 of them going down. Unfortunate for them. Trying to just kind of tit for tat, taking fights. But I think that that's still going to be big fat sea cows making another pop on the GMU Patriots with the jump coming in. That is GG's for sure. Big fat sea cows game 1.
And this is a best of 5. The analytics didn't lie. It said the Sea Cows were favored in Clam Blitz, and lo and behold, they looked like a better team in the Clam Blitz category right there. So yeah, numbers. Good job.
Shout out to numbers.
Shoutouts to numbers though. For real? Like 1 through 9 and 0 also in different combinations.
Wow.
Did not lie. Less than 50% winning percentage on Clam Blitz versus a team that has a 71% win percentage. So
Less than 50, it says 57.
So if you just believe the numbers, which obviously you should because they didn't just lie that last one, what is going to be the best opportunity for George Mason to get a win here?
Splat more, die less.
Pick tower control.
Oh,
But
okay.
yes. Yeah. That works
Okay.
out. Which it is. Tower
Yeah.
control Manta Maria.
So we were
is
both
game
right.
2. By the way, you would probably be thinking there is a rivalry between VCU and George Mason, considering they're both from Virginia, and you would be correct. I did look up the rivalry between these two schools as far as ball sports is concerned. There's a term that you can use, different from esport. VCU
Thank you. I
leads-
would like a distinction, actually.
There you go. Ball sports we're looking at right now. VCU leads in baseball, men's basketball, women's basketball, men's soccer, men's tennis, and women's tennis. George Mason leads their all-time series in women's lacrosse, women's soccer, and women's volleyball. So VCU clearly the better school athletically, and as of right now, Splatoonally as well.
Is that your opinion or is that factually true?
That is factually true based off of numbers. So
Based off of numbers.
support-wise, yes.
Shout out numbers. All right.
Shout out numbers.
Fair enough. Okay, so big fat sea cows in this last one. Consistent pressure with each and every push. I mean, the only ones to actually get points on the board in the last game. So why do you say that tower control is going to be the next choice? Or like why would that be correct?
Because according to the numbers that were just put up there, they have a higher winning percentage on tower control than the Sea Cows do by like 4 points, which is like nothing. Who honestly cares? But the difference being, it seems like the most neutral mode that would benefit George Mason if you would actually care about numbers, which maybe we shouldn't so much that we are. Mexi Wexy went to town. Mexi Wexy found a slosher with comeback
They
and
were
try
playing
strikes.
Slosher. They've been playing Slosher. That's not
Yeah,
new.
but they went to town this time around. Was the
Okay,
note
well,
of that.
Demo is still playing Kraken Blaster. I believe they actually just changed to the Range Blaster versus the regular Custom Blaster. So trying to opt to play a little bit more backwards. And I have good choice for tower control with that, so with open
Also,
statements being
ballpoint.
made. And yeah, the ballpoint too. Good note to be made, the ballpoint too. So Inkjet coming out for Big Fat Sea Cows. And
Man,
is it useful though?
should have been such a fun thing in this game, and they just screwed it up. I mean,
What do you
it
mean?
should have been on a shooter. It should have been like Inkjet's just a fun special in general, and they try to buff it a couple times to make it counter things like crap, but then they just created Zuka, and it's like, like it would have been better if Zuka Inkjet's just a fun special all around. Now, I just wish there were ways that it was more meta, but just don't see it that often. But right now, it is being used by this ballpoint.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't see it often, but it's surely finding success for Big Fat Sea Cows in the street area, now collapsing on checkpoint number 2 with jumps coming in as well to help out, and tri-strikes to try to defend on that great area in the area of GMU Patriots. You can see 2 different folks are down in the pit area now, along with the tower making its way to the 3rd checkpoint, but still nobody from the Patriots able to even touch or grasp the tower out of the hands of Big Fat Sea Cows.
Yeah, no grasping with that Kraken that's going to float around right there. But I think this is just the beginning of the end. The Patriots having, well, they were having difficulty, but it seems like they're kind of cleaning things up right there. It looked like the Sea Cows had a huge man advantage, but they really kind of abandoned the tower and just kind of went willy-nilly all over the place. Still, cleared 2 checkpoints, took 2 minutes off the clock, and you got the ball point that can kind of use the range to its advantage if they can find a way to get back up on the catwalk area. A lot of tri-strikes, an infinite number of tri-strikes because they got the Splash Neo to work with as well. So the Sea Cows set up good defensively. If you want to get things going for the Patriots, though, you're going to have to start with this Kraken to lead the way and then move right behind it. And also keep an eye on where Wyatt is because they're being a little wily right there.
Yeah, wily indeed, but still not enough for the Patriots to stop their momentum forward. That's 2 going down on Big Fat Sea Cows. Finally, hoping to take some space in the mid area. 2 folks jumping to Diflosion there. You can see trying to maybe push up on the left-hand elbow as well, but not for long. As you see, they're finally going to be taking the bunker area. That's not really a position you want to lose as GMU Patriots approaches the second checkpoint, and with the Kraken trying to lead the way as well. Not really much you can do, though, when 2 of your folks are down, so the 62 mark is where it stands for the Patriots.
Oh, boy. There we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever get the mic passed to you and you just have, like, I have no idea what I want to talk about?
Well, it's just kind of in a back and forth place. Now that the Sea Cows have such a strong lead, it's kind of like, well, the Patriots got to do something here with 3 down. Is this where they're going to try to take it? I mean,
yeah, I mean it's all on the Patriots.
Strikes were a little early.
There's no incentive for the Sea Cows really to do anything. I mean, they got control of this choke area, which is so hard to clear with this checkpoint. So it's just like, okay, we don't have to overextend. We can just build up our specials, but when we get the splats, then we can start pushing up. Then we can take the fight to you and give you less opportunities to ride the tower. So this defensive hold is played pretty much perfectly by the Sea Cows, and they're fine giving up more control of mid as long as they hold this area on the opposite side of the map for them. Patriots going to take another stab at it.
Yeah, but again, though, having to keep painting up mid, and especially with Wyatt trying to help out Minnie there, which I gotta appreciate. Can we talk about the ballpoint again? I wanted to circle back. It's nice that Big Fat Sea Cows can actually allow Minnie the space to flex their ballpoint muscles a little bit here, especially because it seemed like they were a little bit tied to pencil for most of the beginning of the bracket stage. And so getting to play the ballpoint with Inkjet is obviously certainly useful with getting a lot, 16 points for Big Fat Sea Cows. And look at Sylph taking 2 down on the Patriots here. Still, it's Big Fat Sea Cows throwing so many punches. They're winning in this fight club right now.
It's so easy to play ballpoint when your wiper is destroying everybody too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, this is great. I can just push up. I can hold this ink jet forever. The GG jet about to be coming out. And there it goes, raining down hell onto the tower. More importantly, maybe the ink strikes on top of it. But yeah, the Patriots had to just find a way to push up. The Mini just kind of fell asleep on the catwalk area, and that's why you like using splatlings in general on this map, is because you can just control your bunker, the enemy bunker, especially on the walls of the bunker too, as you're trying to push up offensively. But when you're at that kind of liberty of having all of your rest of your teammates getting all these splats, you can just control mid as your splatling and hold on to an inkjet for an entire minute, maybe a little bit longer. Makes things pretty easy right there. Nice play by the Big Fat Sea Cows to get the huge lead and to defend it all the way across.
Yeah, certainly. And I think, too, Mini able to space themselves pretty well, too. And I think, especially with Sylph getting a really key double in the last remaining 20 seconds there, it's like the Patriots were kind of locked into their street until these final moments. And like we said, the tri-strikes and the jet coming out, it's like, what else are the Patriots to do to try to even change anything that's happening? So moving on to game 3, it's a 2-0 scenario. We're at match point. What are the Patriots going to do to try to change this for the Sea Cows? Is a reverse sweep in tow? Not according to the numbers, I don't think.
Yeah, that statistically speaking, that was the best chance for the Patriots to get a win. What we don't get a breakdown, at least off of that graphic that we showed, was like what particular maps. Like a tower control on one map, they might have like a
pick?
Say what?
Can't you pick the map with the mode and see the statistic? Am I wrong?
I don't know. You're the one.
I think no. Look at. I think Vapor showing us. Is
Okay,
Vapor-
so let's
look at
what
that.
is game 3? So what is game 3 supposed to be?
Robo Ramen Rainmaker.
Oh, well.
So theoretically,
according to the statistics,
winners, winners only, no losers.
whoo, the Sea Cows have a 100% win rate on this. Now they might have like played this once, for all I know. But the George Mason Patriots have a 38.5% win rate on this particular map and mode. So,
Is there anything that's like missing out of this, or is there more to work from, maybe from the Sea Cows?
What time of day they were playing these games at? I mean, I just yawned on camera. I'm sorry about that. That was unprofessional of me. I'm not.
Oh my
bored.
goodness.
I'm just.
You're getting old, Poppy.
I'm not old
You're not old.
by any stretch of the imagination. I just need to stretch more. The pencil crab edit combo is rearing its ugly head yet again for the Sea Cows, who are looking to complete the sweep and send us all to bed here. George Mason bringing back the blaster and going pretty much a kind of a meta-ish comp that you can kind of get in 2024.
Yeah, but look at Typhlosion helping, taking one pick, assisting with another. That's GMU Patriots, first checkpoint down the drain.
Hey, there we go. Defying the odds, at least for now. Oh, pop the basket. But with the pencil being the only one there, maybe the Kraken can lead the way?
Look at... they probably can. They've got eyes on Wyatt, that's for sure. And with that, they're going to pick it up. But not for long, as Fox is going to come through. And
what was that?
Stop it in his tracks.
The Kraken just kind of went up to that area and was just like, maybe not. Maybe we're not going to push anything. Would have liked to see that Kraken just like literally just kind of create a path for them to move with along that left side. But right now, Sea Cows with the Rainmaker starting to push up as they're getting away across mid. 2 players going down to the side of the Patriots, and Fox trying to lead the way. Somehow it gets exploded. The Rainmaker does clear the checkpoint, so we are checkpointless down the way. That hammer did not. It just didn't.
No, that kind of exploded in Big Fat Sea Cow's face, this push here. That it's kind of just one after the other. Can we get there as fast as possible? And unfortunately going down. So putting it in the hands of the Patriots. Look at Minnie trying to follow up. Wyatt also trying to get some paint down. It's just who can really paint for special faster, but with the strikes going in and painting a path for to see, that's down to the 35 for the Patriots. The Kraken going to try to follow up. I don't know about you, but I feel like Demo has been really pacing themselves with the Kraken, and they know when to leave when it's actually about to end. They've been very more cognizant of their lifespan in Kraken and not overextending themselves with it.
I think it comes down to the fact that we have the lead, and I don't want to make the mistake that causes us to get rid of the lead. Rainmaker as a mode is just slowly kind of dying away, just because it's like, oh wow, we just played bad for 5 seconds and everything just kind of fell apart. So you don't want to be the one that makes the mistake. But on the flip side, you got to start thinking like, okay, there's a lot of time left on the clock. Do I want to be a little bit more aggressive? Do I want to try to like add on to the lead? Do I want to be a little bit greedy? That's clearly not the play style they're going with right now. So for 2 minutes, can they do just enough to get the lead? Good trade right there. Recognizing, hey, I can draw fire away from that Zuka and I can end up getting a trade. Not too shabby. But the Sea Cows, mind you, don't have the checkpoint in the way anymore. Oh, but a nice splat by the pencil.
Wow. Yeah, that was major coming out from C on the side. I think they barely even got a full tap on the final blow there on Big Fat Sea Cows. So just still stuck on that little elbow by the glass. And it seems like Sea Cows are able to respond pretty quickly and get all of their members in the right spot that they want to be. But I feel before they're even able to do that, the Patriots can follow up. And good call out on taking out the slosher on the side there, because that could have been recipe for disaster for the Sea Cows. Looking to try to flip the lead here. The tri-strike's not going to make it easy, but with follow-up with Sylph and Minnie, and now you have Wyatt joining the fight as well, this could be This could be the moment that the Sea Cows are waiting for. And looking at that, that's 5 points left on the board. 3 members down on the Patriots, and the Stamp coming out to clear the way. That is lead now for Sea Cows.
That was just kind of a 50-50 play there by Tysplosion, realizing, oh, I could have just dropped left instead of right. Maybe that would have saved it, but still a little bit of a difficult situation. Nice play done by the Sea Cows, just completely opening up that door. It looked like the Patriots were going to do just enough to save it, but they sacrificed so many bodies just to stop the Rainmaker barely before the lead. And now you can't play conservative. If you got the Kraken, you're going to have to go all out with it, because you have to go deep into the enemy base to get that lead back. Demo Law not liking what they're seeing with that Kraken, going to be backing up. Everybody else somehow just nowhere for them to go as George Mason gets eliminated yet again. Final 20 seconds, Saf, do they have it in them to force a game 4?
I think it's as you said, the Kraken really has to play it safe and play it carefully if they want the Rainmaker to get any sort of safe passage. But looking up at the top of the screen, that is a GG Stamp if you want to call it that. That's a GG Zuka if you want to call it that. The range is in the favor of Big Fat Sea Cows. And especially with the Patriots trying to come out of their base, into overtime, it's not looking good, Popgun.
Oh, unless it is. But it's still the Zuka that's left in the way, and they have to get pretty deep. They have to get past where White is right now to get the lead, but they got themselves in a good position right now. Naxi gets eliminated. Demo Law goes down as well. All 3 players going a little bit too far. That's the advantage of having such a huge lead. You basically get wiped, but you don't really care because the Patriots had so far to go. The
Good on them for playing the long game, though.
Remain undefeated on Rainmaker Robo Ramen. They sweep their way and get revenge of winning grand finals of the qualifier.
Yeah, round of applause for Big Fat Sea Cows. What a showing. And I believe Big Fat Sea Cows have so many results under their belts, but that I feel that's a whole other conversation and coffee talk for a different time with results. But congratulations on the qualifier 3 to Big Fat Sea Cows. And especially, it really came down to that moment of just a really close firefight in these final checkpoint unit marks between the first and the second. And unfortunately, with the GMU Patriots not really finding contact that they were looking for, you could see that Demo was going down to Fox, utilizing the max range. No follow-up from Typhlosion either, so Big Fat Sea Cows having plenty of space to work with and spread out there, and ultimately taking us into the 3-0 scenario. But still, GMU Patriots finding themselves in the second place slot, that's nothing to gawk at either, so round of applause to both sides, in my opinion.
Congratulations to them. Yeah, I mean, that's just Rainmaker. You gotta make the decision between, do I play ultra conservative to try to turtle up and hold the lead, or do we keep the aggression up and just try to play like we are the team that's behind? It's hard to make that switch back and forth, especially when you only got 40 seconds left. Now we got to switch into hyper aggressive mode, and now we got to start pushing up with our Krakens instead of being conservative with them. BCU just wanted it more, obviously, because that's the one thing statistics can't tell you: how much want can be quantified by either side. Hey,
it can't be.
It's late.
It can't be quantified. And actually, Vapor, I'm wondering if you could show us maybe what's happening on the Splatoon tourney channel. Not sure if their match is over yet. Don't know if we have the capacity to do a look-in or not. I know the Splatoon tourney channel was looking in over at us.
Maybe we'll raid them.
Maybe we'll raid them? I guess that's true, too.
Or we could go to bed.
No, we're trying to actually keep you awake. This is
have to do that.
An experiment. This is a social experiment for how long can Sav talk to Popka and talk his face off.
Can we go back to that thing where I was just a mountain in the background for that section? That'd be great.
That'd be great. You're a good listener.
Hey, you can find me on Blue Sky at Popgun. I think I was the first and maybe the only Popgun to get the Blue Sky. Saf, where can people find you on the internet?
Don't find me, but if you want to, that's Safirea on Blue Sky. It's without the 2 A's on Blue Sky.
One more random thought. Do you remember phone books?
I do remember phone books.
Isn't that just the craziest thing ever, that on like a monthly or quarterly basis, they would just hand you at your house this book that just like doxed everybody in your city? Like, what a crazy concept that is. Like maybe you can like Google Yellow Pages and like find somebody's phone number or something. But that's just like there's just this giant docs of everybody that lives near you, and we're just gonna give this out for free. It's like that's just a weird thing. Regardless, live looking at Splatoon tournament. Why don't we just raid that sucker, or Saf can talk about that. Hey, Mr. Peanut is playing.
XX Shadow Warriors XX looks like an old Hotmail email from like 2006. Anyway, probably raiding into Splatoon tourney. Popgun, it's been a pleasure as always.
Didn't Mr. Peanut die?
Did he?
Wasn't that like lore and was like reborn like Jesus or something?
I thought the lore was that the Pringles guy was related to Mr. Peanut.
No, like I think there was an actual commercial. I'm sure they're talking about it nonstop over on Splatoon tourney. Let's listen in.
You're right. Let's go ahead and listen in on Splatoon tourney. Yeah.
Not the doors with one more little clam in there. Salt Shaker here trying to just run up there. Unfortunately, just a second too late. And now, if you're HLG Gold, your backs are really up against a rock here. As Shadow Warriors just looking to shut down anything they tried to do. The decap trying to go in. It's not gonna work. There's another one in for HLG Gold. They're able to break the basket, but the follow-up is very, very limited here.
Yeah, Ghost is the last player standing in XX Shadow Warriors side to really contest this. The clams are going in, but the score is not going to be enough to take the lead here. A minute left. The doors might close here if Mr. Peanut will jump out here just to save their life. The lead is still in the favor of XX Shadow Warriors here. We're 45 seconds.